Well, morning, everyone. Welcome to the 12th edition of the Jamaica Developers Association webinar. And we are very pleased to have a full program for you this morning. And to lead us off and get us in the right spirit, I have no other than Reverend Deacon Reynolds Scott, Executive Chairman of the GN Group of Companies and the Scott Foundation, of course, a property developer, philanthropist. He is the chair of the Kingston College Development Trust Fund and has served on the boards of UWI's Endowment Fund, NWC, UDC, and of course, a chairman emeritus of the Jamaica Developers Association. And he has also built and donated the Mel Nathan Preparatory School, as he, of course, was a student of Kingston College. He was almost at the north side of North Street, but um, North Street people, we stick together.
Yes.
We stick together. And of course, he's a graduate of University of West Indies, University of Miami, and Harvard Business School. For words of inspiration and guidance, Brother Deacon Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. You make me laugh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all. Let us just quiet our hearts for a moment as we go before the throne of grace for a blessing on another of our webinars. Lord and Father, we come before you this morning with grateful hearts, acknowledging that you are God over our lives. Lord, we all thank you for the privilege of gathering for this important webinar today. We especially thank you for the growth of our webinars, Lord. From a fee-paying event to one that is now open freely, open to all. Now over 1,000 persons attending. Father God, only through you. When small seeds are planted, you make them grow into large trees. And you have grown this webinar. Thank you, Lord. And of course, Father, you know this has been made possible by the expansion of our corporate sponsorship. So, Father, we ask that you will increase their storehouses, expand the territories, Lord God. We thank you. We acknowledge your hand and favor on our promoters who have stayed and kept close to us, Bertina Macaulay and her team. Your hand and favor, we ask also, Lord, on the chairman, Dayton, our directors and staff of the association for their commitment and service to the development of our nation. Father, we commit into your care Minister Montague. First, shall we say first among equals in your sight among us, Lord? We commit him as a minister to you. May all that he does prosper Jamaica. Lord, we present the moderator, Afif, and all the professional presenters and panelists who will share today. Grant them wisdom, clarity, and grace as they present on topics that support national development. Father God, may the information today in Jamaica that's needed to restore Jamaica, Lord God, may the information they share be received with understanding and be put to good use for the preservation of our entire environment, which is degrading, Lord God, where our people build communities, help us to build environment with communities where people can live, people can work, people can play and raise families in safety, Lord God, in dignity and in harmony. We thank you for hearing us. And Father, now at this time, We pray for especially a member, a panelist, Lord, who will be absent today, Cedric Stevens, whose daughter has taken ill. Lord, we ask that your Jehovah Rapha hand, that you stretch it out now and touch his daughter and restore her to normality. And may peace, your peace that passeth understanding, be upon Cedric. Father God, we put all this before you and we commit this webinar, this session in your hands. In your name we pray. Amen, amen, and amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Deacon Reynolds. As always, you have touched us and you have set us on the right path this morning. Welcome again, everyone. As Ronald has mentioned, we have over 1,000 registrants this morning and we have a full day. And we thank our sponsors, especially for being it. But more important, we thank you, our registrants, who keep us going and let us know that we are doing something worthwhile. And we are happy to keep doing this for us for a long time. And to get us going this morning, as I say, we have a long day. I'd like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Afif Assad Lazarus, attorney at law, a man who hails from Mandeville, of course, a prominent figure in Jamaican law and civil service. He was educated in Manchester High and DeCarter College, and he became an attorney in 1973 and a solicitor in England in 1977. He was a senior partner at Livingston, Alexander and Levy, and is also a notary public. He's now a consultant with Livingston, Alexander and Levy, and I think he's working harder now than when he was in active practice, but he says it's not true. Lazarus' influence extends beyond law. He has had leadership roles at Jamaica Development Bank, Guardian Life, and chaired the Agricultural Credit Bank. And his public service includes positions with the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Commission. He is well known for his philanthropy and has led the Jamaica Cancer Society and the Freemasons Trust. A music lover, band leader, singer, guitarist, sports enthusiast, Brother Lazarus is a respected leader in Jamaican society. Welcome, Brother Lazarus, and we thank you again for being our moderator. And I hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was quite some introduction. Let me add my words of welcome to everybody who has joined us this morning for this webinar. The webinar entitled Building for the Future Part 2, Costs, Risks and Resilience Post-Melissa. Very, very topical at this time because we still haven't recovered from Melissa. Insofar as this webinar is concerned, I think you will recognize that we have a rather long agenda. And as the moderator, I would ask you please stick within the time limits given to you for your presentations. And please forgive me if I have to, if I have to, curtail any of the discussions or presentations so that we can keep within the time limit. Insofar as any questions and answers are concerned, if you have any questions and we're running out of time, please do not hesitate to leave the questions in the chat. They will be attended to in due course. So welcome again, everybody. And I look forward to an enjoyable and informative seminar this morning and this afternoon. And I hope it will educate us as to the various aspects that are being discussed and presented. It is now my very pleasurable duty to welcome the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, the Honorable Robert Montague, to give us an opening address. The Honorable Robert Montague is a distinguished public servant, farmer, and community leader whose career has been defined by a deep commitment to the people of Jamaica, particularly in his beloved parish of St. Mary, which happens to be my mother's parish as well. A trained agronomist, he began his professional career helping farmers across the island to improve productivity and economic outcomes, while also pursuing his own interests in farming, forestry, and agro-processing. His dedication to service led him from local government as a councillor, mayor, and chairman of the St. Mary Parish Council to national leadership as a member of Parliament for Western St. Mary and chairman now of the Jamaica Labour Party. Over the years, he has served in several key ministerial portfolios, including local government, agriculture, national security, and transport and mining. He has also represented Jamaica with distinction in regional and international organizations, serving in leadership roles within Caribbean and Commonwealth local government bodies. Throughout his career, he has been recognized as a practical, action-oriented leader with a strong commitment to community development, economic growth, and improving the lives of Jamaicans. It is now my pleasure to request the Honorable Robert Montague to give us his opening address.
Good morning and thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus. Indeed, sir, I do feel honored, a distinguished gentleman like you introducing me. The country boy from St. Mary has really made it this morning. Thank you very much. May I also thank the organizers for putting on what is supposed to be an excellent webinar and a day where a lot of information will be passed. So let me also acknowledge Mr. Dayton Wood, the President of the Jamaica Developers Association, members of the association, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you for this important conversation on Jamaica's future and the role that resilient development must play in shaping it. Let me begin by commending the association for bringing together government, developers, financiers, technical experts from around the table, around the theme that could not be more relevant. I am also pleased that representatives from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development and our agencies, the National Land Agency and the Development Bank of Jamaica, are here to contribute their perspectives. The truth is that Hurricane Melissa, like Hurricane Beryl before it, reminded us of something we can no longer ignore. Resilience is not optional, it is essential. Many of us have watched communities flood, families displaced, and businesses disrupted. But we also witnessed something equally powerful. We saw Jamaicans helping Jamaicans. We saw public and private sector partners working together. We saw that where infrastructure was properly planned and built, communities were better able to witness the impact, to withstand the impact. As we say, we take a lick, but we never fall. That spirit is part of who we are as Jamaicans. But resilience cannot depend on spirit alone. It must be built into our roads, our housing, our infrastructure, and our development. Because development is not just about concrete and steel, it's about people. It is about creating communities where families can live safely, build wealth, and look to the future with confidence. Climate change is already changing the realities we face. Stronger storms, heavier rainfall, and more frequent climate shocks mean we must change the way we plan and build. The question is not whether climate change will affect development. The question is whether we are adapting quickly enough. As we design communities that can withstand, are we designing communities that can withstand future storms? Are we investing in infrastructure that will still serve Jamaica decades from now? Are we planning for tomorrow instead of reacting to yesterday? Resilience cannot be added at the end of a project. It must be built in from the start. That means embracing innovation, smarter building practices, improved drainage systems, climate resilient materials, and better planning tools. Put simply, we cannot solve tomorrow's challenges with yesterday's solution. One of the clearest lessons from Hurricane Melissa is that recovery begins with safe housing. Following rigorous assessment in the wake of the hurricane, it was determined that approximately 2,500 families required direct housing support because their homes were destroyed or can no longer be safely rebuilt in the previous locations. The government has responded quickly through partnerships with the National Housing Trust, development partners, NGOs, and the government and people of China. More than 2,700 housing solutions have been secured. Approximately 924 containerized housing units are now positioned across the island to provide safe accommodation for displaced families while permanent rebuilding takes place. These solutions demonstrate the importance of innovation, preparedness, and partnerships in building resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the more important decisions to emerge from the impacts of the hurricane is the establishment of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, or NARA. As we move from safety to reconstruction, NARA represents a critical step in this process. But much has been said about NARA, and it is always said in Jamaica, at the end of the day, more is said than is done. NARA is around to change that narrative, because NARA is an implementing agency that is designed to cut through the red tape and to get projects started. NARA will set timelines to the different commenting agencies who give their comments for approval. NARA will set the timelines and insist that they must respond within these timelines. If the agencies give approval, then NARA proceeds to procurement. If an agency does not give approval, they must put the reasons in writing. And then the minister will convene a meeting with the agency and the project sponsors. And an independent assessment of the agency from a professional will be done. Thereafter, the minister can have the option of issuing a step-in order and override the agency. NARA is here to ensure that national projects are implemented safely but speedily. The private sector can also participate in the NARA process. If you have projects valued at US 15 million or more, you can apply and be placed under the auspices of NARA and have your projects speeded up. NARA will report to Parliament regularly and will keep a list of the projects. Projects to be done by NARA will be selected by the Cabinet but monitored by the Parliament. NARA was created with a simple but important mission, not just to rebuild what was lost, but to build back better for developers, investors, and communities. NARA will be a key partner in promoting resilient infrastructure, strengthening planning systems, and encouraging risk-informed development. Because the best time to build resilience into a project is not after construction. It is at the first design meeting, the first survey, and the first investment decision. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, resilience is also about security and opportunity. That is why land ownership remains such an important priority. I often say that every Jamaican should strive to have their names written in one of three important books: the Book of Life, the Book of the Voters of Jamaica, and the Book of Registrar of Titles. A title is more than a document. It provides security, creates opportunity, and gives family a foundation on which to build wealth and prosperity. That is why the government continues to modernize Jamaica's land administration system. Through our partnership with Figisto, land records are being digitized, and new e-titles will significantly improve efficiency and accessibility. We intend to start issuing e-titles as of next year, September. We're also introducing a property watch service to help protect landowners from fraud and exploring ways to assist small landowners with survey costs, one of the major barriers to obtaining a title. At the same time, we continue to strengthen enforcement against land scams and illegal occupation of government lands, while creating lawful pathways to ownership and housing for all Jamaicans. These initiatives all support a broader goal: building stronger communities and expanding economic opportunity. Resilient development requires partnership. Government cannot do it alone. Developers cannot do it alone. Financial institutions cannot do it alone. And definitely NARA cannot do it alone. We all have a role to play. We must stop viewing resilience as an additional cost and start seeing it for what it truly is: an investment that protects lives, safeguards communities, and strengthens economic growth. As we say, better to build it right from the start than pay twice later. The decisions we make today will determine whether Jamaica simply recovers from future shocks or emerges stronger because of them. That is why the upcoming presentations and the conversations in this webinar matter. They challenge us to think beyond the next project, the next quarter, or the next election cycle, and focus instead on the Jamaica we want to leave for future generations. A Jamaica that is stronger, safer, and more sustainable and better prepared for whatever lies ahead. As developers, planners, engineers, financiers, and policymakers, you have the power to determine whether the communities we build today can withstand the challenges of tomorrow. I therefore charge you to build with resilience in mind from the very beginning. Build communities, not just houses. Build sound infrastructure that can withstand stronger storms and changing climate realities. Invest in innovation, embrace new technologies, and never, never compromise on standards. See resilience not as an added cost, but as an investment in lives, livelihoods, and long-term prosperity. Above all, remember that every development project leaves a legacy. Let that legacy be one of safety, sustainability, and opportunity for future generations. If we work together, we can create a Jamaica that is stronger than every challenge, more prepared for every risk, and more prosperous for every generation. The responsibility is ours, the opportunity is ours, and the time to act is now. In rising to that challenge, I encourage you to engage fully in today's discussions. Share ideas, challenge assumptions, explore solutions, and build partnerships. Our mission is bigger than recovering from Melissa. Our mission is to build smarter, build stronger, and create a Jamaica that can strive in an increasingly uncertain world. In closing, every road we build, every bridge we construct, every title we issue, every housing development we approve, and every resilience measure we implement is an investment in Jamaica's future. I wish you a productive and successful webinar. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless Jamaica, this land we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that very informative and introduction. We will certainly try to fulfill your mandate, as it were, that you've given to us to discuss all these things and challenge each other with our own views and so on, so that we can come out at the end with something that is acceptable to all and beneficial to Jamaica. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your very, very inspirational words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus. Thank you.
All right. I think the time has come now for us to take our first commercial break, and we'll come back with the next presenter.
For over 40 years, the GN Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The GN Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Think security's expensive? Try a break-in. DigiView Security offers intelligent surveillance for residential, commercial, and large-scale spaces. Our surveillance captures up to 360 and 180-degree angle, human and vehicle detection, line crossing and intrusion detection, license plate recognition, face capture and facial recognition, early fire detection, 24/7 full-color footage even in complete darkness, built-in audio talk, access control technology, and active deterrent. Contact us today to see what you've been missing.
Just A, win the lotto, B, get a low light bill, or C, get news that you can't wait to tell? It's C, because when you refer your friends or family to JN Bank for a mortgage, you could get up to $100,000 cash, even if you don't have a mortgage with us. If your referrals get approved and moves from house hunting to home owning, you get rewarded. So go ahead, tell a friend and earn from it. Visit jnbank.com to learn more about JN's Tell a Friend Mortgage Rewards. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
Gentlemen, we now have the BH presentation. BH Paint is a platinum sponsor of this webinar, and to address us is none other than Mr. Marvin Fletcher, who has 7 years experience in the coatings industry. He's a trade sales manager, high performance coating specifier, architectural coating technologist, and he has extensive experience supporting commercial, industrial, and construction projects across Jamaica and providing technical guidance, specification support, and coating solutions that deliver long-term performance and value. Mr. Fletcher, you're on the floor.
Yes, good morning. Today, the approach we're taking today is really just to have a general conversation as it relates to coating in the industry and how to build resilient coating and to specify at the construction stage. Unfortunately, in the industry, we have often had where coating seems to take an afterthought, and a lot of the focus tends to go on color choices, and not necessarily coatings that are designed to specifically geared towards yielding the results one may desire. As a specifier, we often would take an approach of diagnose the future problems looking at those future problems and specify the products, the solutions for those foreseeable future. Some of the problems we face in the Caribbean are as follows. Sealing, in terms of water sealing and waterproofing our roofs, that is one of the challenges that we face. Fading has always been due to our environment when it comes to salt spray, when it comes to products fading before the desired time. How do we fix this? We fix this by doing a few things. One, looking at the substrate, and the substrate in this case, what are you coating? Are you coating concrete? Is it properly cured? What's the age of the concrete? Was it previously coated? And in gearing towards the solutions, we then design or specify a product to solve the problem. Now, the reason why this approach is very important is because we cannot take a broad brush approach. Not one product solves all problems. You have to look at areas like your proximity to the ocean. You have to look at the elevation. You have to look at the type of concrete being used. And us at BH Paints, we have never taken that broad brush approach. While our catalog of products is vast, we rather do more consultative approach where we come on your project, we look at the foreseeable future, we look at the current situation, and we make our recommendation. And I'm sure we can appreciate how this will resolve any future headaches. And when you're in maintenance, one of the things that is very painstaking is have to be revisiting a problem over and over again. Let's take our elastomeric waterproofing solution, for example. Right? It is so designed that it goes into the porous areas, hardens, and forms a water barrier. Now, though this exists, it may not be suitable for all projects. Therefore, we take a different approach. So at BH Paints, we look at several solutions, and being a part of the NOVA group, this has helped us to be able to come up with different solutions that fits your need. We have multiple testimonials from persons who would have presented an issue and asked us to solve the issue. We are known in the market to be the problem solvers, and we'll always work closely with our developers and contractors to ensure that we solve these problems. And that's really just the short introduction that we want to make at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fletcher. Thank you very much indeed. Very, very concise and very interesting perspective. It's now my great pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Charlene Lawton, Manager Adjudication Services of the National Land Agency. Ms. Charlene Lawton is the Manager Adjudication Services in the Adjudication Services Division of the National Land Agency. She's an accomplished attorney at law who boasts over 13 years' experience in the field of conveyancing and has been employed at the National Land Agency for some 24 years, where she started as a Total Quality Management Officer. Some of her many responsibilities include providing legal advice to clients and the public as it pertains to land registration and related matters, in addition to providing general advice to attorneys, surveyors, and other members of the public regarding legal and procedural matters and issues. Ms. Lawton has been assigned to the Executive Management Team as of July 2021, where she assists the CEO and the Commissioner of Lands. Outside of her legal qualifications, she also holds a Master of Science degree in Government and a Bachelor of Science degree in International Relations, which is a major with a minor in Political Science. She was recently commissioned as a Justice of the Peace for the Parish of Kingston. Congratulations, Ms. Lawton, and welcome.
Thank you.
And I now turn it over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Lazarus. Good morning to my colleagues, everyone on the panel, on the call. And this morning, I just want to share with you, well, the minister's charged us, yes? So I would like to share with you what some of the land titling reforms that we are doing and how we are working towards a safer settlement as it relates to squatters. So I'll go ahead now and share my screen. So the title this morning is, the topic this morning is land titling reform and the relocation of squatter settlements for safer and more resilient communities. So we look at the area selected for the presentation was systematic land registration, and the minister touched on e-titling, so I'll give you a little more details on that, and the squatter settlements. So you may be asking, what is the relevance of this topic? And we know that land provides security, identity, and economic opportunity. As it is, Jamaica continues to face challenges related to informal occupation and insecure tenure. We recently experienced a Category 5 hurricane, so we know that climate change and the disaster risk make the issue more urgent. And the government's objective is not simply to issue titles, but to ensure that people live safely, securely, and sustainably. Now, approximately 63% of land parcels in Jamaica are registered. So we have 37 that are unaccounted for. And that is the focus, trying to get these 37 parcels on the register. We have persons who are legally living on the land, but they do not have any registered certificate of title and cannot therefore make more productive use of their land. We have persons who can trace their land ownership informally to maybe a fourth generation great-great-grandparents, but there's no paperwork to support this claim. So what we're aiming to do with land titling reform is to simplify and modernize process for obtaining a registered title, improve access to secure tenure, increase efficiency and transparency, and support economic growth and investment. The minister in his introduction mentioned some of the barriers to land registration. The first on the list will always be the prohibitive cost of titling. It is not a cheap venture. And when persons are faced with choices, economic choices, tuition, mortgage, rent, utilities, day-to-day living, and you know you live on the land, this is not something that you're readily going to put money aside to address. Because in the mind of our fellow Jamaicans, it is my land and nobody can take me off it. So we have to be working now on ways in making it more affordable or attainable, moving the goalposts a little closer to persons to encourage the registration. We have the issue of the inability of landowners to provide acceptable proof of ownership. We have situations where, and it's happening in 2026, that persons will purchase land without any receipt. They just give the money, and the vendor says, the seller says, from the mango tree to the ackee tree, that is the portion I'm selling you. And they start building, or they start taking acts of ownership, and there's nothing to show how they came into ownership of the land. There's also the challenge of the inability of the landowners to meet the requirements of the municipal corporations, that is the subdivision approval. Now, if you don't have the paperwork to support ownership of the land, then you will never meet this requirement to get the subdivision approval. And let's face it, many Jamaicans do not see land registration as a priority. And because it is not compulsory, we depend on our nationals to come in want people to come in and do the process to register. It's a voluntary process, and because it's voluntary, it is sporadic. It is ad hoc. Now, when looking at land registration, we have to focus on the two main legislations. There are other legislation that touches and concerns land registration, but the two main legislations are the Registration of Titles Act, and this act was passed in 1889 and amended in June 2020. I want you to note the disparity in the dates between enactment and amendment. So for years, we were working with a 1889 legislation strictly as it was written, as it was passed. In 2005, there was a Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping, and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Act, and we call this the SPA for short. This act was also amended in June 2020. And the significance of the amendment in June 2020 was to facilitate, one, the merger with LAMP, Land Administration and Management Program, when it became a part of the National Land Agency, and to allow us to embark on systematic land registration. So we're going now into systematic land registration. So in jurisdictions wanting to pursue land tenure regularization, one of the most consistent means of realizing this object is via systematic registration of land, using an adjudication process to establish ownership rights. In order to do this, the agency has a division, the Adjudication Services Division, and their job is to assist landowners who have been in open, undisturbed, and undisputed possession of their land for 12 years or more. And we allow them to claim ownership of such land via the systematic land registration process. Now you have to note it must be open. That means everybody is aware of it. Undisturbed, there's no quarreling happening about who is to own the land. Undisputed possession, nobody is saying, come off my land, it is not your land, etc. So it would be similar to the requirements of adverse possession, and we use it for systematic land registration. Right. So what is systematic land registration? It is a methodical and orderly registration of parcels of land in a designated area. And the designated area is known as a systematic adjudication area. So let me go back and just explain quickly. A designated area is done by the minister. In this case, it will be Minister Montague. So the recommendation, I will explain it further in the slide, just so you know that a designated area is an area that is so designated, for want of a better word, by the minister, and this is the area that the team will go in and work. So land adjudication, this is defined as a process through which existing rights in a particular parcel of land are finally and authoritatively ascertained. It does not alter existing rights or create new ones. It merely establishes what rights exist, by whom they are exercised, and what limitations, if any, they are subject to. So you cannot use the systematic land registration process to acquire land. It just adjudicates what already exists. So not because you hear the team is in this area or the area has been designated, you're going to come in the dead of the night, set up something and say, oh yes, I've been in possession. No. And I'll explain to you how is it that we're able to know if this is not so. All right, the adjudication process now. So step one, as I mentioned, there's an identification of the systematic adjudication area. The area is then declared by the minister, and having it once it's declared and gazetted, the public education and awareness starts. So we go into the area, we explain to persons what we're about, what we're doing, what is required of them, when the team will be out, etc. And we do that on two levels to ensure that persons know what to expect, and also to deflect from anyone who may have underhanded reasons or who are impersonating NLA personnel and going in the field. Step two, having declared the area now, step two, we need to do field work. So we need field work from the surveyors, and this is where we partner with our surveyors, our external surveyors, to get the parcels surveyed. And then the legal team goes out and do the adjudication of rights. Now, this process requires a door-to-door. It's a door-to-door exercise. They literally go in the community, they knock on each door, speak with the person, get the information, ask them specific questions. There are questions that they know that they ask. And then you go next door, you speak to the neighbor. In speaking to the neighbor, you also get information about the previous property you're coming from. So that is how you get the connection of the information. So you have to pay attention keenly. It requires key paying attention to what is being told, what is being said, and sometimes what is not being said. Having done that process, gathered all the information, then the information is presented to the Director of Adjudication Service, and the Director makes a determination. So based on the evidence and the recommendation, we will question if this person is really, if they have met the requirement, 12 years or more, or if it is that they need further particulars. Once all of that is completed, there's a preparation and display of the adjudication record. Now, the adjudication record is a sheet. It's on paper. It's paper based, and it lists the parcel number, the person, name, address, occupation, the CADMAT number. Everything is stated on there, and it is displayed. So for everybody in the community, all the applicants, it is displayed, and it is displayed at a popular place, the community bar, the church, the post office, anywhere that we've gathered at the community, gather that hang out, that's the meeting spot. Because these communities, they have a meeting spot. That is where it's displayed, and it is displayed for 30 days. If there are no objections to the record, an adjudication certificate is issued. But if someone is dissatisfied with the decision of the director, then their remedy is to proceed to court to get the matter, a determination on who is the owner. For step 5, if all objections to the record must be referred to the Director of Adjudication Services. So the moment there's an objection, there's a form that is completed and it is submitted. The adjudication director then asks the adjudication committee to convene the hearing to listen to the matter, and then they will make a determination. Now, the adjudication committee consists of 5 persons, and the attorney at law, called to the bar for 10 years or more, a commissioned land surveyor who has been commissioned for 10 years or more, a justice of the peace, and the justice of the peace is usually from within the locality, a minister's representative, and there's a community representative. So by the nature of the committee, the persons know each other, they are familiar with the process, they are familiar with the land. And this helps us too with determining the authenticity of the information given. Now, if the matter goes before an adjudication committee and the person is still dissatisfied, then they will have to proceed to court. Because once the adjudication certificate is issued, that will now be sent to the Office of Titles for the processing of the titles, and the title, so that certificate goes straight to the Office of Titles. There is no referee of titles in this process. The adjudication certificate is the final authority on who is the owner of the land. So that is the document on which the title is going to be produced. So that will help persons who are unable to produce documentary evidence. But the adjudication committee relies on documentary and oral evidence in order to make a determination on the issuing of the certificate of title. Now, 3 types of titles are issued coming out of the process. We have the absolute title, and everybody is aware of this. They are familiar with this. But then there's a qualified title, and a qualified title is in the Registration of Titles Act. Section 25 to 27 addresses it. And the qualified title are issued to persons who do not meet, so they are in possession of the land, but they have not yet met that 12 years requirement. So they are given a qualified title, so there's a limitation on what they can do. So it's a security to say this is the intention, but the qualified title can be challenged. because you'd have to wait until you acquire the specified time and then you apply now for the absolute title. If we are unable to determine who is the owner of the land, or if we are unable to find the person who is supposed to be in possession of the land, then the title is created in the name of the Commissioner of Lands, where it is being held on trust. And when the rightful owner comes up, or we are able to settle a matter, then the property will be transferred from the Commissioner of Lands to the person. So if the matter is before the court, because there's some disagreement or persons are not satisfied with the process, the title will still be created, but it will be placed in the name of the Commissioner of Lands, and it will be noted that these persons are the interested party. Once the matter is resolved, if it's before the court, the transfer will be done in the name of the person. But in this instance now, when this transfer is being done, it will trigger the requirements of transfer tax, stamp duty, and the ensuing fees. All right, the benefits of a systematic registration. The costs are subsidized by the government. And service brought to landowners' doorstep. The registration is of an appreciable amount of land in a short period of time. So we're not doing it ad hoc. It's not sporadic. You go into a community, let me visualize. You go on Hope Road, from the top to the bottom of Hope Road, and you say, listen, when we leave this area, every parcel on Hope Road will have a title. It's a lower cost per parcel because all the parcels in the area, in this adjudication area, are dealt with at the same time. So they are done in bulk. And there's an element of certainty as the process facilitates maximum publicity and detailed investigations on the ground with direct oral evidence from owners of adjoining properties. I must add that for systematic registration, the process is done upfront, as in the government subsidizes it. But what we need to emphasize, the applicants pay nothing until title is produced. A caveat is placed on the title, so they can't mortgage or transfer the property until they pay the cost of doing the registration. And they can pay in all of it if they want. They can pay in monthly, they can pay in parts. There's no pressure on how long they need to take to pay. They just need to pay. And it has been working well because persons have been coming in. Once they are sent their invoice to say this is the cost, they have been making payments, some in full, some in part, but they have been making payments. All right, just a diagram to share the benefits of the program. So we are improving land tenure security, and it is our hope that we are reducing land disputes because once there's tenure security, then everybody knows where they stand, and we are empowering landowners for economic activity. You can use the title as a collateral. What we like to say to persons, suppose you have an emergency or you want to invest, especially in the farming communities, you now have security. You can go to a financial institution and stand bravely because you have security if that is your personal choice. All right, so that's a little unsystematic. So we're jumping over to NLA's latest baby, e-titling. Now, NLA, for some of you, I don't know if everyone is aware, but NLA turned 25 on the 1st of April. We are 25 years old. 25 years ago, NLA was manual. Everything was a big book or paper. If we had 10 computers in the agency, we probably had a lot. Now, if the system is down, we cannot work. But you know, as children grow, NLA is growing. And we're at a stage now where we are going fully digital. That is our intention. And the minister stated that the start date is proposed to be September next year. And what are we looking at is e-titling. Now, e-titling is the name that we have given the project now, but it is not only about titles. It is a digitization of the NLA system. As we come closer to launch time, the official name will be rolled out. But for now, we refer to it as e-titling. And it is a groundbreaking digital platform that will modernize the country's land administration framework. The project is fully funded from the Government of Jamaica budget, and this marks an historic first for the country. So we are paid for it. We as in Jamaicans, each and every one of us, because we have our tax dollars, yes? we are paying for it. This is our project. The project is being spearheaded by a local technical team, and it's being developed locally. So everything about this project is a local. It will replace traditional paper-based processes with a secure, fully digital land registry. It will enable digital insurance and storage of land titles. So the aim is that you will no longer get paper titles. The titles will be electronic. So there will be no duplicate. So the back-end processes are in place now for the subsequent legislations to be amended. And it's not just the Registration of Titles Act. There are implications. So the Stamp Duty Transfer Tax Act, all the acts that touches and concern the process will have to be amended. You will have real-time update records and secure online access for property owners, legal professionals, and government agencies. Key transactions, including but not limited to, are transfers, mortgages, subdivisions, and these will be processed more quickly and efficiently, drastically reducing delays and administrative burdens. The benefit now is that we are hoping now that we'll be able to formalize over 350,000 informal and unregistered parcels of land. Because if the process is being made easier, then it will allow us to do more. We'll be able to provide secure ownership to citizens and communities. And with the acquisition of land titles, the project will transform informal settlements into thriving, formally recognized communities and enable land to be leveraged as a valuable economic asset. So e-titling, is moving is futuristic. So now our attorneys, our surveyors, our valuers, they use proper jam prop, e-land, everything will be impacted by this digitization process. We're building out bigger and better. So we're going to have a look now at squatter settlements. Now, there is a squatter management unit at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructural Development, and there's also a squatter management committee that meets quarterly, so they meet 4 times for the year. And this information, I thank my colleagues from MEG-ID, the ministry, who provided me with the information for the presentation. So what is squatting? It is defined as the illegal occupation of land and or buildings without explicit permission of the owner. So as the attorney, and the attorney in me will tell me that we say adverse possession, because you're taking it adverse to the owner. Squatter settlements are a residential area where individuals illegally occupy land and construct housing, typically without formal authorization or planning. And squatter settlements generally exhibit informal access to essential services, lack of proper roads, proper building structure, and lack of legal tenure. I would just like to add that there's also squatting as it relates to the coast, the beaches, the coastlines, but for this presentation, we're focusing just on the residential area. So there's a data on squatting in Jamaica. So there's a national squatter survey. I don't know how many persons are aware of this survey, but it is being conducted. It was done in all parishes except St. James. St. James is ongoing. And so far, the survey has identified 530 squatter settlements. This is across the island. Of this, within these 530 squatter settlements, we have 60,000 households. And within the households, we have 163,700 persons living in the settlement. So, ladies and gentlemen, squatting is a real issue in Jamaica. The map shows you the squatting in Jamaica. Not sure how clear it is for you, so I'll just read it for you. So Kingston and St. Andrew leads the way with 73 settlements. Then we have, Clarendon leads the way with 81 settlements, followed by Kingston and St. Andrew. You can tell my bias that I'm from Kingston, right? Because I jumped to Kingston and St. Andrew first. My apologies to the Clarendonians on the call. So Clarendon has 81 squatter settlements, followed by Kingston and St. Andrew at 73. Westmoreland is at 60. St. James, which is ongoing, is currently at 42. Hanover is 46, Trelawney 25. And I highlight the western end because of what we experienced with Hurricane Melissa. Now, when you look at the number of squatter settlements in these parishes, you know that building back now is a different approach. It's not a matter of a landowner building back his house. We have to now look at where these persons were living, the condition of the area, etc. So it's a little more work that is required to build back in this side of the island. This is a drone image of a squatter settlement in St. Andrew, and this image was taken in 2024. And we know that the high-risk areas, the settlements are located in high-risk areas such as flood-prone lands, steep slopes, watersheds, coastal zones. So what it is, these lands will remain vacant. To the man on the street, this is just a land and I need somewhere to live and I'm going to live there. But there were reasons why the lands were vacant in the first place. So what happens now? As it rains, they get flooded out. Steep slopes, landslide. Watersheds, you know that is interrupting our water supply, and the coastal zones. So what we have to look at in dealing with the issue is regularization versus relocation. When you regularize, you formalize the settlement. So what exists, you go in and you give them tenure. You find a way to integrate it into the legal and planning framework. And this is done when the area is suitable for occupation. But if the persons are not in an area that can be regularized, the government now has to look at relocation. And we're looking at moving households from unsafe or unsuitable areas to safer locations with secure tenure and access to service. And this is pursued where occupation poses significant safety, environment, or development risk. Relocation should not create a new cycle of informality. So it makes no sense we lift a settlement, squatter settlement, from parcel A and relocate and start a squatter settlement at parcel B. It is critical now that we look at ways of regularization and bringing persons up to a level where they can live with some dignity and make them a part of the formal structure. Beneficiaries should receive secure tenure arrangements in relocation sites. And when new communities are planned, these things have to be looked at. We have to plan it. So we need to use sound land use and settlement planning. It must be serviced with access to roads, water, sanitation, and utilities. It must be safe, located away from environmental hazard risk, and it must be legally recognized, supported by secure tenure and formal land administration. Because secure tenure encourages investment in resilient housing. Because if your tenure is secure, you can step out in faith and do proper construction. It requires planned communities facilitate provision of infrastructure and basic services, reduce exposure to flooding, landslides, and other natural hazards, improve emergency access and disaster response, stronger environmental protection and stewardship. And when we do all of that, we will support our national priorities, which are climate resilience, sustainable land management, disaster risk reduction, and Vision 2030. The government cannot do this alone. Because no single institution can solve tenure insecurity or settlement vulnerability. So we need all the stakeholders have to come together. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructural Development, yours truly, National Land Agency, or local authorities, ODPEM, National Housing Trust, the communities themselves, private sector partners. Each sector of society has to come together in order for this to be fruitful. So, looking at the 5 strategic pillars, just to sum up, we have systematic land registration, which is a fast and broader tenure regularization, and it gives increased access to secure land ownership. E-titling, which is modernizing land administration, improve efficiency and transparency. the National Squatter Survey, which will give us a better use of hazard and spatial data and prevention of future informal settlements. Integrated land governance requires stronger coordination between government agencies and stakeholders, more effective land management solutions, and climate resilient communities, which will provide safer housing, reduce disaster vulnerability, and sustainable development. And I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your undivided attention. Mr. Lazarus?
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawton. That was very informative indeed. And we learned a lot. And we're just about to go into the Q&A section of this aspect of land titling and squatter settlement relocation. We're running a little bit late, so I would ask after I introduce the panelists, who are Mr. Alton Morgan and Mr. Timothy Thwaites, I would ask that if we run out of time, I want to complete that by about 11 o'clock. So if you have any questions that have not been answered during the Q&A time, I would ask that you put them in the chat. Now, so as not to take up any more time, I'll introduce the panelists for the Q&A session. Mr. Alton Morgan, who really needs no introduction. He's been a part of this webinar program for years. Mr. Morgan is the managing partner of Alton E. Morgan and Company, and he brings more than 45 years of experience in real estate practice to the table. He's widely regarded as one of Jamaica's leading voices in the sector. For over 2 decades, he has served as an associate member and legal advisor to the JDA, providing guidance on issues affecting the development community and representing several of the country's major property developers. His public service includes appointment to the National Land Agency Advisory Board, the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce Legislation and Regulations Committee, and the Land Development Board, where he contributed to national policy and regulatory development. Mr. Timothy Thwaites also needs very little introduction. He's well-established land surveyor. He's a commissioned land surveyor, as I've said, and principal of Thwaites Surveying Limited, a full-service land, aerial, and hydrographic surveying practice serving Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Since entering the profession in 2007, after completing a master's degree in surveying at University College London, he has built extensive experience carrying out surveys across the region. Mr. Thwaites currently serves as president of the Land Surveyors Association of Jamaica and has represented the profession on numerous panels, focus groups, and legislative review bodies. He has also contributed to professional education through seminars and lecturing in the land surveying and GIS program at UTech Jamaica. I now have great pleasure in opening the Q&A session and handing it over to the panelists for that session. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Afif.
Thank you, Afif.
And welcome to Timothy and Ms. Lawton. Congrats on a lovely presentation.
Thank you.
I'd like to bowl a fastball.
I'm expecting it.
as you are wont to do from time to time.
As I want to do from time to time.
If you did it, Mr. Morgan, I would be surprised.
All right, there you go.
Yes.
The age of the Registration of Titles Act is of importance. We acquired that legislation because of the Morant Bay uprisings in 1865.
Yes.
Okay? And it contains provisions which did anticipate squatting.
Yes.
As you mentioned, qualified title.
Yes.
And there's also section 47, which speaks to doubtful title as well. But more interesting is the provisions relating to building leases, which don't seem to have received any traction in being applied to the issue of squatting. We are allowed to have title for leases, correct, under section 39. If you have a lease for 10 years or more, you can have a title issued for it. And it was originally contemplated that one of the things the NHT would do is acquire lands, large tracts of lands, and lease them out to persons with building leases for up to 99 years, because you can have a building lease for up to 99 years. I participated in that discussion back in the, I date myself now, back in the late 70s. It was chaired by the Honorable Justice Carl Rattray. But somehow that aspect never took hold. And it is an effective solution where the NHT can acquire land from the persons who own it, but on which squatters have occupied, and create leasehold titles for the squatters with building leases that would allow them to build and have succession of ownership as we go along. But is there any capacity at the National Land Agency for the issue of titles on the building leases?
I can tell you, I will defer to your experience on this one, but in the years I've been here, I've never seen that title, and it doesn't mean it cannot be done, but I find that in practice, there are things that are just not done. When we first issued a qualified title, the amount of phone call we got asking us, what is that? Where you get that from? And you led with it, the date of the act, there are some things in the act that are outdated. It was the thing in 1889, but in 2026, I don't even know if some of the words are still in the dictionary, if we still use them. But the act allows for it, but whether it is being utilized is a different issue. I've never seen NHT made that venture. I'm not going to speak absolutely, because maybe someone from NHT can put in the chat, in the Q&A, and give me some response on this, but I've never seen it, so I don't know if it's an option that they would be willing to explore. But the reality is, if it is being done, then NLA has a duty to produce these titles.
Sure, and just to dovetail into that, and it's a matter, Shelleen, that I know is thought of a lot by the land surveying community, and how these processes of improvement of titling actually empower the end users. Because if that's a broad picture, to empower the landowners, the occupants of the land, we have to factor in the full spectrum of moving from occupation and tenure to the empowerment and incorporation into the formal economy.
Yes.
And what we have seen is that anything other than absolute title is not really considered in the moving parts of our economic system or banking system or financing system. And so while there are provisions for these alternate forms of title in our legislation, in practice, there's a disconnect between anything other than the absolute title and the empowerment to the title holder that we kind of keep as an ultimate goal of any of these exercises. So it's always something to caution, not only through various forms of title, but also through variations of titling standards and the component parts of a title that are not considered by financial institutions and potential mortgagees. And that leads to disconnect when you have someone who says, yes, I finally have my land title. They go to a financial institution, and that title in and of itself does not meet the standards that the financial institution is looking for to then extend to them that very empowering capital or financial injection that we see as the ultimate goal of these, of having the land title. And so I think there is a conversation to be had beyond just the issuance of a large volume of titles to ensure that we are actually achieving that goal of empowering the title holder at the end of the day to have this improvement in their circumstances.
Quite right, Timothy. I think there's also the cultural issue Me want my land. My land is my land. The lease land don't make any sense. So, we also have to challenge that.
I find that so we have to distinguish the approach when you're in the urban areas as opposed to the rural areas. Now, rural areas have a lot of family land, and persons are passionate about that because the graves are on the land. The great-grandparents, they are buried on the land. But for the rural areas, when they have a survey diagram, and Mr. Timothy, this is your part, they say that's the title. I have my title, and when you say show me the title, they take up the diagram. Because in their mind, once they have taken the steps to pay the surveyor to get this done, and there's a diagram coupled with the property tax receipt, for them, that is absolute ownership. So it's also a way of breaking it down to explain to them, yes, you own it, but you really don't have any indefeasible proof right now. We need you to get the title. And for some persons, it boils down to economic decision. I own the land, is my land.
Yeah.
You can't take me off my land.
If I can interject, you mentioned the property tax receipt. That is also a misconception that causes a lot of confusion because people believe if they pay the taxes, then that is possession as far as they are concerned. I have a matter right now in St. Mary where if the owners don't hurry up and pay the taxes quickly after the 1st of April, they find out the taxes have been paid for them and there's nobody on the land.
Yes, it is a strategy that is used. So I normally say to my customers, if you go to pay your property taxes and you see 000 fully paid up, nobody is that generous. You need to take steps immediately.
Exactly.
On the land. Correct. You need to go there. A friend of mine shared with me that he's in Kingston and he went to the parish to visit the land, and the land was well fenced up, farming in full gear.
Wow.
So he asked the person, whose land? Your land? Yes, man, my land. And he said, listen, when I come back in 2 months' time, you need to be gone. This is my land. So if you don't have somebody vigilantly watching the land for you, especially when you're dealing with unregistered land, because there's no even any way to come and look at a title to see what is happening. The land is just there in abeyance. You now need to have somebody on the ground and pray that the person on the ground is not the person adverse possessing you. Because sometimes the caretakers are the adverse possessors.
Oh, yes.
Right. So that is what it requires. When I just started here, I was taught that owning land is a liability. And I was like, how could that be? You mean you own the land? And then when I saw all the responsibilities that came with land ownership, I said, no, I understand why it's a liability. The burden is on the owner.
That's correct. The burden is on the owner. And just to what you said, Charlene, a lot of the value that people recognize out of what they consider to be land ownership is security of their occupation, as well as possession and the ability to use the land. It's very easy to see the step of acquiring a registered title as being surplus to the value that many people extract out of the land. They have everything they want already. They have possession, they have use of the land, and they have segregated their physical space from other people. As you rightly say, people tell us as surveyors that getting a title just obligates them to too many other things that they don't see as necessary. And so there is a cultural, a learning process that is a culture shift, I'll call it that, that's necessary for broad acceptance of the benefits of registered land ownership.
Yes.
There's also another issue of absentee ownership. In fact, the very issue that the Registration of Titles Act was aimed to address is again recurring. Back in the 1800s, the plantation owners had departed. They were being compensated for the loss of their slaves. Growing up sugar was no longer of economic benefit unless you had cheap labor. And the whole idea was if you own land in the colonies, especially in Jamaica, make sure you have a title for it. Because within the legislation itself was the avenue for squatting or adverse possession. Yes. And regrettably, we are seeing that there are persons owning land in Jamaica who live in the diaspora pay little or no attention to the land. They've inherited it, or they bought it and say, well, I'm not coming back to live there, but I'll give it to my children or grandchildren. They don't visit, except maybe when they come at Christmas time and they'll pass by and have a look to see if the land is still there. Don't know if they expect it would have gotten up and gone elsewhere. And they don't appreciate that the taking of land doesn't mean moving it physically. It means losing your right of possession and control. So there's a laxity when it comes to managing land which is owned with a registered title that allows the registered title to be defeated. Now I can tell you one interesting situation. There's a house in Aylsham which was in a very dilapidated condition for many years because the owners abroad, the husband and wife, the husband was mentally handicapped. The wife wasn't able to attend to the property in Jamaica. They left it unattended. And we discovered recently when we saw the house being renovated that a gardener in the neighborhood had done an adverse possession application under Section 85 for the registered title to be cancelled and a new title issued in his name. And he then sold the place for $12 million to the new owner who is now renovating it. So it's not just land left out in rural areas which is susceptible to squatting. It's property in highly developed residential neighborhoods. And we need to perhaps have a public education campaign to get people to understand that the fact that you have a registered title does not give you absolute protection if you do not occupy and control the land.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Morgan. And I will also add, I remember the Trespass Act gives you some remedy. So if you allow somebody to be on your property for 1 year, where were you? Okay. You fall out of that period. Now we come over to the Limitations of Actions Act, which was Section 3 is what was adopted when the Registration of Titles Act was passed. And somebody's on your land, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. I am the adverse possessor, and I passed this land for 12 years. I start bushing the land, nobody says anything to me. First year I do it, a little nervous. Second year getting comfortable. By year 6 now I'm on my way and I say yes, counting down 6 more years. And at year 12 and 1 day, I can tell you, they are lodging a caveat on that property. And their caveat is that they are claiming adverse possession.
Yep.
I am serious. They are coming at 12 years and 1 day. When they lodge that caveat now, and the owner may suspect or the owner may realize, the owner then comes and tries to deal with the property, but the caveat blocks the owner. So now they have to proceed to court for the court to make a determination. So not because you're the registered proprietor, as Mr. Morgan said, it doesn't give you an absolute right either. You have to constantly protect your rights. And if there's a mortgage on the property, that is where you meet a roadblock, because you have to address the mortgage. You have to. So if it's a title that is free and clear, unencumbered, so I will say for persons who are always in a haste to pay off your mortgage, sometimes a mortgage is a good thing. Because the mortgage gives you some protection. It does. Because it matters not how long a person has been in possession. They will still be asked to address the mortgage. Now imagine, Mr. Lazarus, you're paying your mortgage even though you're not on the property, and the property is now effectively a forest. You have not done any bushing or anything, but you're paying your mortgage. How are they going to get to say that they have an interest over yours? The mortgage is what is giving you some protection. I know that when we go abroad, when LNA travels abroad to these diaspora conferences, this is one of the questions that they get from the persons who are living abroad as it relates to their property. And each and every time they are told to take active steps to ensure that their property is protected by sending someone there. We're in technology now. Someone can give you a video call. You probably could reach out to have a real estate company if you can afford it, manage your property. You will see, but something has to be done. You have to take some responsibility.
Absolutely.
May
We're
I,
running out of,
may I
we're
just
running
ask
out
one
of
quick
time. I'm
question?
sorry.
Afif, may I just ask one quick question?
Sure, certainly.
The family land, where family members are given this side, this quarter, this side, this piece and that piece, and then over the generations, they build on the various sections. But of course, none of those individual parcels have tenure. Is there any way that some sort of title or tenure can be granted? I don't expect an answer right now, but if you could give me some thought. I
Let
know a
me,
particular case right now.
all right, let
Where
me
this
try
is
and understand your question first. So it's family land.
one
And they
parcel of land. Yeah,
and they divided it because they normally give a square here, a chain there. That's the language they
exactly.
use, right? So
Yes.
everybody has built their own component.
Mhm.
And the issue now is whether or not they can get individual titles or if they will have to
Right.
get one
That's right.
title. All right. If it's when we're doing systematic land registration, these are the things we look out for. And they will show us our piece. When the surveyor goes into survey, what is critical is that you have access. Egress and ingress. So if it is family land and they are the owners in common, the easement is what will help them, because if you have built inland and your access is through a sibling property, but in this moment you're all living harmoniously, so it's not an issue.
Right.
But what we recommend is the easement, because that will ensure that there's access. Because the moment there's a disagreement, I just put up a big boulder across the walkway and you find your way out, because we're not talking. So even though when we are doing it, even if they are on good terms, we introduce the concept of the easement. You have to give that person access to the road. But it can be done. The only limitation is if there's something physically wrong or if there's some preventative measure that says no. Otherwise, if
And
you
then this
cannot
is
get
where,
if they can't get
no, I was just
individual
saying,
title
Shali,
now,
this is kind
right?
of where titling and planning kind of run head on into each other, because a lot of times these allocations are done with no consideration for the provision of services, even for something as basic as access. And of course, a lot of times what is understood to be the allocation cannot be accommodated in a formal subdivision, and that makes already difficult situations to untangle, sometimes impossible to detangle. But it's just something that has to be treated on a case-by-case basis, and hopefully we can, find our way to a solution that can ensure safety, can ensure sustainability of the fragmentation of the parcel of land, but also be considerate of this allocation, this right of passage of interest in the land. And to tell you the truth, it's not always possible to bring the two together. But it really does present some of the more difficult scenarios that we face as professionals in the industry.
But I'm sorry, but I really have to bring this Q&A session to an end, because we're run out of time for this, and I want to bring us back on track. I perhaps would have one little bit of latitude, because I've been looking at the chats, and there are very few questions or comments. But there's one question that I think we'll just answer that quickly and then complete the section. Carlita Bolt says, I'm reaching out on behalf of a family member who is in the process of obtaining a title for property she's lived on for over 3 decades. She's currently applying for adverse possession and has hired a surveyor who is now working on a diagram. Should she continue with construction while waiting on the surveyor's diagram?
I gave an answer to that in the chat, Afif.
I'm sorry.
It was just to reiterate. That the survey diagram does not establish your ownership in the property.
Exactly.
And so that in and of itself is not proof of ownership. And so any expending of resources and cash and construction is actually quite risky to do before you properly establish your ownership of the property. And so it would not be advisable to go forward with construction before the process of getting that registered title is completed.
And I will support Timothy quickly. Remember, if it's an application that is going through the Office of Titles, not systematic, it goes to the referee. The referee of titles is an independent individual. Whatever the referee says, the referee makes a final determination. When we get the application, we just check to ensure that what is legally required is present. We do not make a determination. So if you need to dot the I, you did not dot the I, we'll send it back to you and say dot the I. Because it makes no sense send it to the referee for him to send it back for you to dot the I. Once it goes to the referee of titles is the final authority. If you disagree with his decision, you'll have to proceed to court. But it is a risk, a very expensive risk if you take that route.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks very much. I'm sorry, but I really have to close this section. Thank you very much, Ms. Lawton. You've been very, very informative. Thank you very much. And of course, thanks to Alton Morgan and Timothy Thwaites for their insights and for their sound advice. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll now ask Mr. Anglin to let us have another commercial break.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
Did she just A, win the lotto, B, get a low light bill, or C, get news that she can't wait to tell? It's C, because when you refer your friends or family to JN Bank for a mortgage, you could get up to $100,000 cash, even if you don't have a mortgage with us. If your referrals get approved and moves from house hunting to home owning, you get rewarded. So go ahead, tell a friend and earn from it. Visit jnbank.com to learn more about JN's Tell a Friend Mortgage Rewards. JN Bank will help you find a way.
For over 40 years, the JDA Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The JDA Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Think security's expensive? Try a break-in. DigiView Security offers intelligent surveillance for residential, commercial, and large-scale spaces. Our surveillance captures up to 360 and 180-degree angle, human and vehicle detection, line crossing and intrusion detection, license plate recognition, face capture and facial recognition, early fire detection, 24/7 full-color footage even in complete darkness, built-in audio talk, access control technology, and active deterrent. Contact us today to see what you've been missing.
All right. I think that's the end of the commercial section. We now come back into the program, as it were, and we now have some words from one of our platinum sponsors. The CIBC is a platinum sponsor, and we invite Mr. Horace Watson, who is going to address us for a short while. Mr. Watson is the product owner for deposit products at CIBC Caribbean Jamaica, bringing more than 30 years experience into financial services. He has played a key role in banking innovation and digital transformation across the Caribbean and is recognized for his expertise in savings, investments, and technology-driven banking solutions. Mr. Watson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Lazarus. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the Jamaica Developers Association for inviting CIBC Caribbean to once again be a part of this important conversation. At CIBC Caribbean, our purpose is simple. We help make your ambitions a reality, and that is what we are looking to do for the developers. Today, I'm going to be talking briefly on how we can partner with you as developers in 3 specific ways that will make your ambitions a real, in a real tangible way. And these 3 ways are in development financing, strategic sales, and being your trusted banker. You would know that every good, successful project begins with the right financing partner. At CIBC Caribbean, our corporate banking team brings deep experience in structuring development finance, a strong understanding of local and regional markets, and a disciplined approach to managing risk, which is especially important in today's environment. Our role is not just to fund the project, but to partner with you from conception to completion. We help to structure your finances efficiently, support phased drawdown aligned with your build schedule, and provide guidance to navigate uncertainty, whether related to cost pressures or supply chain disruptions, or it may be climate risk. In short, we are helping to move you from idea to execution with confidence. Equally important is what happens after you launch a successful project. How quickly and efficiently you can convert your inventory into sales. At CIBC Caribbean, we are your strategic sales partners. We have a dedicated mortgage team that is focused on supporting your buyers. We have a streamlined and efficient mortgage process that is designed to reduce turnaround times. We support you on open houses. We have joint marketing initiatives, and we also support you in promoting your developments. Also, we can arrange to have special mortgage offers just for your development so that we can drive purchasing decisions. We don't just wait for buyers to come to you. We are actively working with you to create demand and to close sales. The benefits are clear. We provide you with faster inventory turnaround or turnover, improve cash flows, and a strong overall project success. Finally, we aim to be your trusted banking partner beyond the project itself. For both you and your client, we offer flexible personal and business banking accounts tailored for your needs, whether you want a cost-effective solution or you want an option that guarantees you with investment returns. We have the account for you. We offer a full suite of debit cards and credit cards, including rewards that support cashback, building travel points for that next vacation, or to give back through donations. We recently launched our prepaid MasterCard solution, making it easy for you to pay your small suppliers or your subcontractors efficiently. We offer cash management solutions designed to help you manage your liquidity, manage your payments, manage your collections seamlessly. Our focus is on making your banking experience simple, efficient, and tailored for your operations. so that you can focus on building and growing. As Jamaica continues to rebuild and strengthen resilience, particularly in the face of climate-related challenges, partnerships will be more and more important. At CIBC Caribbean, we are committed to supporting your development ambitions, helping you bring projects to market successfully, and standing with you as long-term financial partners. We truly appreciate the opportunity to participate in this webinar and to continue to build on our relationship with the Jamaica Developers Association and its members. We look forward to connecting with you and working together to bring your next project to life. Thank you, and we wish you a successful webinar.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We really appreciate the sponsorship, the platinum sponsorship of CIBC, and thank you for those kind words. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Ayana Campbell, who is going to address us on infrastructure financing, roads, drainage, water and sewage, electricity, parks and community centers. Now, Mrs. Campbell is our manager at the Public-Private Partnerships and Privatization Unit at the Development Bank of Jamaica, with over 15 years of diverse experience across financial services and public sector infrastructure development. She began her career in retail banking, where she built a strong foundation in financial services and risk awareness, before transitioning to the Development Bank of Jamaica. Over the past 9 years, Ayana has specialized in the implementation of public-private partnerships and privatization projects, supporting initiatives that advance sustainable economic development and infrastructure delivery. She holds the Project Management Professional Designation, the AMPG-PPV certification, an MBA in Finance from the University of Technology, Jamaica, and a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance from the University of the West Indies. Her combined expertise contributes to the successful structuring of partnerships that balance commercial viability with public value. Ms. Ayana Campbell.
Thank you so much. So today I'll be speaking on infrastructure financing for real estate development with a focus on public-private partnerships and development finance. So today's presentation will follow a simple flow. First, I will define what infrastructure means in the context of real estate development. Then I will explain why infrastructure matters. I will then look at the core financing challenges, how infrastructure should be funded, the main financing models, the role of PPPs in infrastructure financing. I look at the bankability of infrastructure projects, as well as DBJ's role in infrastructure financing and financing facilities that we provide at DBJ. And then I'll touch on master plan development to end my presentation. So what does infrastructure means in real estate? So when we talk about infrastructure in real estate development, we are talking about the systems, the facilities that make a community developable as well as livable. So this includes roads and access ways, drainage, stormwater systems, water, sewage, wastewater systems, electricity, street lights, parks, etc. So a housing development may have excellent buildings, but without roads, drainage, all of these support infrastructure, it is not truly market ready, right? So infrastructure is not separate from real estate development. It is one of the things that determines whether development can actually happen and whether the development can be sustainable in the long term. So why does infrastructure matters? It is very important because it affects the success as well as the viability of the real estate development. It affects the development approvals, as the regulators and the planning authorities want to know that the site is actually accessible and that the drains are being serviced, etc. It affects the construction timelines, the project feasibility, in relation to costs and ensuring those costs are not underestimated, etc. It affects the sales price and the ultimate take up of the properties by the purchasers, because no purchaser will want to buy into a property without the necessary support infrastructure. They want to ensure that water is accessible, there's reliable electricity, there's a road network so that they can go to their property, etc. Right? So it also affects lenders and investors' confidence. A financier will be concerned about infrastructure costs, the outstanding approvals, and repayment mechanism. From the community perspective now, the infrastructure affects quality of life, climate resilience, disaster risk, and long-term maintenance. So poorly planned infrastructure will likely increase cost and ultimately reduce the value of your development. And on the flip side, when the infrastructure is well planned, it will unlock development and improve confidence and create long-term value. Now, what does infrastructure financing means? Infrastructure financing is more than just funding the infrastructure. It is much broader than that. It is about mobilizing the capital to deliver the infrastructure. It is about, importantly, determining who pays, who benefits, and how costs are recovered over time. It's also about structuring the project so that infrastructure is affordable, it can attract the appropriate investment, and is sustainable. So the risk must be allocated to the persons that have the ability to manage them. So the core financing challenge is that infrastructure usually has to be delivered before the full benefits of the development are realized. This challenge exists whether it is funded by the government or the private developer. From the government's perspective, there is limited fiscal space. There are several projects, several needs that are competing for this small fiscal space. So some infrastructure also does not generate direct revenue. For example, drainage systems, public roads, parks, etc. And the government must be able to find that upfront cost nonetheless to fund the infrastructure. There's also the long-term maintenance obligations. It is not enough to just build the infrastructure. Someone has to maintain it over time. So that is also a challenge from the government's perspective. On the developer's point of view, the challenge is different, but it is also related. Developers often face high upfront infrastructure costs before sales proceeds are fully realized. So they too have to find that high upfront infrastructure cost. So for roads, their internal roads, drainage, water, etc., all of those may be needed before the units are actually sold. They also face coordination and approval risks. So utility connections, planning approvals, regulatory requirements, and offsite infrastructure dependencies can affect cost and timing. So the question is, who pays? When do they pay? And how is the cost recovered? And who maintains the asset? This is why financing infrastructure needs to be considered early in the game and before even the project is fully priced, financed, and marketed. How should infrastructure be funded? There is not a perfect model to how infrastructure should be funded. So there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. The right financing structure depends on answering these three important questions. Who is going to be benefiting? How are costs going to be recovered? And how risk will be appropriately allocated. So where benefits are mainly private or privately funded, then it's likely that the developer will be funding it. Where benefits are public or shared, government, utilities, or blended finance may be required. So where there's a clear revenue stream, then PPPs can come into play or concession models may be appropriate. And I'll speak further into PPP in the presentation. So this slide here shows that different parties may be responsible for different types of infrastructure. The government or public authority are usually responsible for public infrastructure such as the main roads, the public drainage, the public facilities, and the wider enabling infrastructure, right? These may be funded through budget allocations, grants, sovereign borrowings, multilateral loans, or private financing. The developers are usually responsible for the internal roads, the drains, subdivision, site-specific works needed to make the development viable. These may be financed through developers' equity, commercial debt, pre-sales, or sale proceeds. Utility providers may be involved in water, sewage, electricity, and network upgrades. Funding may come from the utilities capital program, connection charges, developer contribution, loans, or tariffs. Then there are hybrid or some kind of shared arrangement. These are relevant where infrastructure serves both the development and the wider public or community. In those cases, the financing may involve a combination of government, developers, utilities, users, purchasers, or other beneficiaries can be involved. This is where the cost sharing comes into play, where PPPs, from the government's point of view, where the government contracts that private party to upfront the financing, or some kind of blended finance approach, or development contributions like impact fees, grants, etc., can provide the capital for the infrastructure. So the main point here is that the financing model depends on the type of infrastructure, who benefits, and how costs can be recovered. Now, DBJ's role in infrastructure financing. Our mandate here at DBJ is to foster sustainable economic growth and development in Jamaica. And one way we do this is by supporting investment in the productive sectors and strategic infrastructure. So we mobilize capital, we mobilize private capital. So we help to crowd in investment for infrastructure and development priorities where projects are viable, bankable, and aligned with national objectives. We support government priorities, so we work with the ministries, departments, and agencies to structure infrastructure-related transactions that support housing, utilities, community facilities, and economic development overall. We improve access to financing. So we do this through approved financial institutions and other mechanisms. We support access to medium and long-term financing for eligible infrastructure-related investments. And we also structure PPPs and privatization projects through where infrastructure delivery requires clear risk allocations, cost recovery, and long-term value. So DBJ has several financing and support mechanisms that assist infrastructure-related development, depending on the infrastructure eligibility structure, right? These may include loan financing through approved financial institutions. DBJ acts as a primary wholesale lender. So funds are typically channeled through approved financial institutions to eligible borrowers and projects. So DBJ may support concessionary financing as well, which can help reduce financing costs for qualifying projects. Credit enhancement or collateral support can also be important, especially where access to financing is constrained by collateral limitations or some kind of perceived risks as well, right? DBJ also supports transaction management for public-private partnerships and privatization. This is especially relevant where the government is seeking to structure private sector participation in infrastructure or some kind of strategic assets. So an example here of DBJ support in infrastructure and financing infrastructure is the Rio Cobre Water Treatment Plant, PPP. And for this project, through a blended finance approach, we participated in financing the consortium that was selected competitively. And this demonstrates how development finance can help mobilize private capital for critical infrastructure. So let's talk some more about public-private partnerships in Jamaica. So before I go into this slide, let me just define clearly what public-private partnership is. So PPPs are a long-term contract between the government and the private party. The private party will have the responsibility for providing a service or upgrading a public asset or constructing a public asset. And this is for a long term, usually between a 20 to 40 year period. The private party now recoup its investment over that period of time, while the government is actually getting the asset. They have the assets available to them, or they recoup their investment. This is a private party, either through government payments, so the government can pay for the asset being available to them, and that is mostly for social infrastructure projects like the hospitals, etc. And the government or the private party can recoup their investment from users. For example, the toll roads. So tolls can be the mechanism for payment to the private party. So with that said, PPPs are not appropriate for all infrastructure, but they can be appropriate where infrastructure is needed to unlock housing, mixed-use development, or wider community benefits. It's appropriate where the government does not wish to carry the full financing or delivery burden alone. Where there is a clear repayment or cost recovery mechanism, as well as once risks can be allocated where the party is best able to manage them. And finally, where performance standards are included with associated penalties for non-performance, as well as accountability and long-term maintenance. Once those are clearly defined, they could be appropriate for a PPP structure. Let's talk a little bit about bankability of infrastructure projects. So infrastructure projects are more likely to attract financing when the scope, costs, approvals, risks, and repayment arrangements are clear from the outset. So bankability depends on ensuring there's a clearly defined infrastructure scope. And what that means is we understand clearly what is being delivered, when it's going to be delivered, and to the standard that it will be delivered, the quality. So bankability also depends on robust cost estimates and certainty. And we understand if you don't have realistic estimates, the jeopardy that can cause in your infrastructure in the short term, medium term. Bankability also depends on approvals and utility requirements. So planning, environmental, land, water, sewage, etc. should be identified early. It depends on as well on credible cost recovery or repayment mechanisms. Costs must be recoverable through sales, user charges, government support, that should be clearly defined as well. Clear risk allocation is also important for bankability. So risk should be allocated to the parties that are best able to manage them, including the design aspect, the financing, approvals, demand, utility, connections, maintenance risks, etc. So bankability is central to infrastructure financing. And the key point is that bankable projects, they do not eliminate risk. They will identify the risks, they'll price the risks, and allocate them accordingly, manage them in a way that gives investors and lenders confidence. And I'm just going to touch a little bit on master plan developments. Master plan developments are important because they bring together land use, infrastructure, private investment, and long-term community planning, right? So our updated privatization policy, and this is in the Public, Private, and Privatization Department of DBJ, we have a policy that is in draft state but advanced, but importantly, it recognizes master plan developments as a modality for strategic development of government-owned lands, right? So in this context, our role is not to build infrastructure directly, rather the role is to structure and facilitate land divestment, to mobilize private sector participation and to support identification of appropriate financing and delivery models. So we may also explore PPPs or other structured arrangements where appropriate for supporting infrastructure and social services. And an example of this, which may be useful, is the Greater Bernard Lodge development. And this demonstrates how land divestment, master planning, and private investment can be coordinated to support long-term urban development. So in master plan developments, infrastructure financing is especially important because the development is usually phased. So multi-stakeholders are involved, a lot of stakeholders, and infrastructure may serve both the private developments and the wider community. So the government may be involved in funding that. So master plan developments require more than land divestment. They require a coordinated planning approach. Private investments is required and appropriate financing arrangements, and clarity as well around infrastructure delivery and maintenance. So this actually ends my presentation, and I just want to say thank you so much for listening and thanks for your attention.
Mrs. Campbell, thank you very much indeed. Very insightful, and I know a lot of people will be very interested in what you have to say, and that there may be some questions which you may need to answer. So let me now invite two panelists, Mr. Peter Jarvis and Mr. Simon Johnston, for the Q&A session. And I invite those who have questions to please put them in the Q&A section, and they will be responded to in due course. Now, Mr. Peter Jarvis is a principal of Peter Jarvis and Associates and a civil and structural engineer with more than 45 years of professional experience. He's a graduate of the University of the West Indies and University of Toronto. He has been involved in the planning and delivery of major engineering and infrastructure projects throughout Jamaica and throughout the Caribbean, including the Marriott Hotel development in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. He also served as chairman of the Road Maintenance Fund from 2006 to 2017, and his very extensive experience has made him a respected figure in Jamaica's engineering and construction sectors. He's joined by Mr. Simon Johnson, who's an investment officer, International Finance Corporation, the IFC. Simon's an investment officer on the Caribbean region team at the IFC, a member of the World Bank Group, where he supports the expansion of the IFC's investment and advisory business across the Caribbean. He has held several key posts in Jamaica spanning investment banking, asset management, and research, with extensive experience in corporate and venture capital transactions, both within the Caribbean and extra-regionally. Simon holds a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance and a Master of Science in Economics, Finance and Development from the University of the West Indies, and possesses a strong background in economic policy research. Welcome, gentlemen, and the floor is open to you. And of course, we are joined by the presenter herself, who is a part of this. Welcome. Continue.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I start?
Certainly, Peter.
Mr. Jarvis.
Yes.
Mr. Jarvis, before you start, I just want to mention that I have one of my colleagues here from the lending department. His name is Mr. Jason Ferguson, and he'll be assisting me with some of the lending related questions. So just, welcome, Jason.
Welcome, Mr. Ferguson. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. All right. Well, this is a webinar for, well, let us say the full range of developers that we have operating presently. Not everybody is involved with Bernard Lodge. I'm aware of participants in the Bernard Lodge, in particular New Era, and they have established their infrastructure financing in a most laudable way. They have built commercial sections in their subdivisions in order to get rent to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of their, stormwater and all other systems. I think in some cases they even have their own private water supply with wells and tanks and pumps and everything else. But your average development ranges from 50 lots to 300-400, and then you will have the gores with the 2,000 lots and so on. That's where I think people stumble around because I also sit presently on an NHT committee, and we are, I'm aware of applications for financing from the NHT for developments ranging from 10 lots up to 3,000 and so on. Okay. Infrastructure for residential subdivisions amount to maybe a $4 million cost per lot. You know, and when you're targeting a selling price of 20 million, 4 to 5 million is already not materially available to the purchaser. It's there, it facilitates the existence. A lot of remaining lands that are not protected by agricultural ambitions are marginal. So there again, infrastructure is not cheap. If you're pushed up the hillside, shoved into waterways, all the not so ideal remainders and fringe areas, it's all you can really get to develop nowadays, because we're still holding on to the easy flat land. You saw the furor with Bernard Lodge. All the easy accessible flatlands are being protected for agriculture. I have nothing against agriculture, but I have everything for development. Does your bank offer microfinancing? Let me say, from a road is built, it starts to deteriorate, which I've learned from the road maintenance fund. The moment a road is finished, all it has left to do now is deteriorate. And there's a 8-year lifespan for asphalt roads, where it should have substantial redoing. Concrete roads, as New Year is beginning to show, will last far better, far longer. But the capital is immense. Stormwater runs from off-site through these developable sites. So the stormwater management, as would be insisted on by NEPA and NWA, has to cope with upstream runoff. You cannot interfere with that with your development, and your development must now put it out into a non-threatening form and flow for the downstream properties. So there isn't anything that can escape municipal tie-in. Similarly, JPS and NWC, not every small developer can do their own well. And not all developments are viable if you have to do your own sewage. And of course, NEPA and the environmental concerned parties insist on absolute treatment for sewage. All of those things will send the infrastructure per lot price up to 5 million or maybe more. So financing for infrastructure is the big bugbear in our achieving housing ambitions and targets. And you are offering a facilitation which would link the developer to the providers of municipal services. Or are you actually doing that? You see, that's my base. That's my premise.
We did that one, but there's not so much finance.
So you're saying if we're actually right.
Say again.
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if we're actually providing that kind of financing to developers currently?
Well, if you have a pathway, if you have a window, a desk that a small developer can optimize their infrastructure obligations for development.
Okay, so I noticed you mentioned the term micro. Could you quantify what you determine to be micro, then I can respond.
Oh dear, I shouldn't have used the word micro then. What I see are developers wanting to do urban 12, 14 unit, 16 unit that are protected by strata rules and regulations to let the user pay. When you get into affordable housing projects that are not gated, and you're starting at 20 to 30 and more, you are obliged to hand over your roads, sewer, water to the authorities, so to speak, the providers, the main primary providers. That is where we need more housing, affordable level. And because of the size of available opportunistic land that turns up, that is near the need for housing, the poor developer, if they're not entirely the NHT that has a lot of available funds, there's no room for the poor developer to do affordable housing without capital investment from the authorities. Can you arrange that?
Mm-hmm.
Very see. So what we're left with really is the Bernard Lodges to be the primary developers, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying that there's something wrong there, but I see the difficulties with smaller developers trying to solve the national problem. I can't see, as much as there's this, always a sort of a request for affordable housing and developments for the people who are still living in squatter conditions otherwise. And there's just not that door, because the NHT no longer or can no longer take the chance to do that, because invariably when they seem to finance affordable housing projects on a small scale, it escalates the costs at the end of the day. And then you will have situations where the council or the city councils that should take over the infrastructure don't do it. So the people still can't get a title after 30 years because the parish council hasn't accepted the subdivision. Whereas a private development, you're within a strata situation, and you're not dependent on individual lot takeover, so to speak. And the strata committees can run things.
Okay.
So what I'm really asking for is a doorway for the smaller developer.
Mm-hmm.
To climb those hurdles.
Okay. What I would say, if a small developer wants to attract funding from the DBJ in particular, there are two things that come to mind. You mentioned one, so let's just get that one out the way. The moral hazard, right? Now, DBJ wouldn't want to participate in a development that then becomes a prime project at top dollar value. That wouldn't be our mandate to do so, right?
Yeah.
So there would have to be some restrictions similar to the NHT as to what the end price on these units would be. And then that would have to be approved by our board, etc. Now, we pride ourselves on innovation and climate smart technologies, etc. So for us to be attracted to our project, we need to see where, for example, they are looking at reuse of the sewage water to water the mainlands, etc. They are looking at probably some implementation of solar lighting, things like that, right? And of course, we'll then play a part into providing those services for that community, right? To lessen our carbon footprint, to create these new innovations. So I would say, if you want us to come in, be a little bit more creative, think about how we can have a greater impact with the infrastructure development, not the run of the mill per se, but something that the DBJ can get behind to say, okay, this is a green community, for example. And to create that isn't hard. Instead of using the JPS to power your street lights, you use solar lights. Right? And I mentioned already reusing the wastewater to water your main areas through a treatment plant. We will pay for it, right? Or we will allow you to borrow to invest in that type of technology. You can also have probably community Wi-Fi's, etc. and our thing that can be a plus for the community and other green spaces, parks, etc. Those are things that we could participate in. Maybe even a biodigester. Things that we're not looking at. We're mostly looking at solar PV, but there are also biodigesters, other things that can be put in place, and those are things that we'll be more interested in providing. You also mentioned managing the runoff of the storm water, etc. I think that's something that we could play a part in to some extent as well. So for the small developers, be a little bit more innovative and come to us, give us a pitch. This is my development. We're looking to provide affordable housing for 30 units, right? Again, these units will come back and support us. Our civil servants, etc., will now get to have affordable housing stock. And then again, on the other side, as a development bank, we're looking at creating a green community, which will get behind our smart community, or both.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I may add as well.
Mr. Jones, sorry, you had your hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just allow Ayana to finish her point, and then I can come in on
after you finish, Ayana.
All right, thanks, Mr. Johnson. I was just going to add from the PPP perspective side as well, but this would be not necessary with the small developers unless they're going to be pooling together for the infrastructure work to be done, because we understand infrastructure work costs billions, right? And so from that perspective, once it is that the government wants to provide housing at a reasonable cost, then we could have the government reach out to through a PPP side to get the private parties under a contract to get the funding upfront from the private sector to have the infrastructure built out. So that is also one area that can be looked into as well for build out of infrastructure. So I just wanted to add that.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. So I think to answer the question, Peter, I might have to reframe kind of the role of the IFC. So just very, very quickly, the IFC were started in 1956. We're a part of the World Bank Group. We're one of the 5 agencies within the World Bank Group. The IFC is a global development institution that's primarily focused on private sector development. So we have, you can call it two main arms that support prospective clients globally, and certainly Jamaica is a member country. Investments and advisory. Under investments, we have 3 encompassing units. We have a unit that deals with financial institutions solely, a unit that deals with infrastructure solely, and then there is the real sector, which would include construction, housing. Infrastructure is more towards energy, roads, etc. On the advisory side, it's really to provide technical advice for these projects and for our prospective clients across some of the same things that both yourself, Peter, and Ayana, would have brought up about affordable housing. So what we're looking to do in terms of infrastructure regionally is help to support developers where they have not just a vision but a plan of developing either commercial or residential real estate, and they need a partner to support. Now, I must also clarify that our role is not to compete with local financial institutions. It's not to replace the work that's being done by a JMB or a Sagicor, etc. It's really to complement it. So if developers are seeking to build sustainable solutions into their construction developments, we have programs such as our EDGE or BRI certification that's particularly focused on green financing for development. And that's how we can support. So we come in on the investment side and on the advisory to support that investment.
Thank you. Thank you. I enjoyed the tight fund management of the IFC on a hotel project in Haiti. Yes.
See, so you're
Very
you're
tight.
familiar with our work. We have quite a few projects in Haiti, obviously that we've done, but that are ongoing as well. Barbados, etc. And we're looking to grow a business, across the Caribbean. So encouraging developers here, and also Jamaican developers who are looking to do construction projects across the region that may need guarantees, for example, in terms of, just as an example, political stability in another country. We do have an agency within the World Bank Group called MIGA that provides that type of guarantee. There's so much that I could say about this, but I just encourage people to reach out, developers to reach out if they have any further questions about that.
Sure.
And let me just say on the DBJ end, just following from Simon, that I know they mentioned it in a presentation about syndication and, of course, participating in consortiums. So there are a number of tools that Simon just mentioned, and that's how we can look together. A developer can look to not just have one financier, but many. And we come together in that syndication to provide different aspects. So DBJ is interested in solar, biodigesters, and innovation. We could fund that part of the project. And here comes Simon to provide us with guarantees that will make other investors more interested. And then you'll have the Sagicores, NCBs, Barritas, whoever it is coming in as well. And everybody will take the risk level that they, and again, Ayana mentioned that in her presentation, taking the part of the risk that they best manage. And that's how you find a solution. I think there are many persons going around to find a one-stop shop. It doesn't really exist. Persons have different risk appetites for different things, and then persons might find themselves with 5 different loans, and it's a lot to manage. But if you approach an arranger, and there are a lot of persons who participate in the space as arrangers, they'll reach out to a DBJ, they'll reach out to a World Bank, they'll pull us in a room. Everybody will decide, okay, I'm okay with this section, that section. How do we pull it together? Group the collateral package and group the repayment package, and then that's how you get a solution. And DBJ is willing to also help with, not necessarily being the arranger, but we could discuss that, but crowding in funding from these DFIs as well to have the projects done.
And what I'd add to that, even though we are, the team that I am on the investment team, it comes further down in the process when you're seeking to finance for construction. I want to stress the advisory side. So if it is that you are an established developer, you do see a need to build affordable houses in Jamaica, wherever you choose, that's your expertise, and you would like to better understand how we've done this in Cote d'Ivoire, for example, or in India, or in South Africa before. We can bring that expertise to the table from early in that discussion, along with partners, such as the DBJ.
Yeah. Okay.
On behalf of the developers, thank you for those answers.
No, surely we're a resource. As I mentioned, Jamaica is a member country of the World Bank and the IFC. And these resources are available to private sector players, particularly through the IFC. So certainly, if there is any need, reach out. What we do. So my role is really on the business development side and to support the initial part of the investment process. So when clients or developers will send a deck to me and say, Simon, look at this. What do you think? We really have to go back internally, and it's really an iterative process that can take time to bring in advisors, to bring in thought leaders within the organization from around the world to get their understanding of what this is and to send back questions, etc. Which is why we usually, encourage, prospective clients to reach out to us as early as possible, share thoughts with us, and of course, I must mention that skin in the game is important, as well as I suspect it is for any financier. that's looking at projects like this. Yeah.
So if I may, Simon, you segued into something I was just about to bring up. So of course you don't lead with debt, you lead with equity. And something that developers must also think about, more so smaller developers, the larger developers are a bit in that game already. But getting private equity and again participating in these syndications can allow you to also introduce this private equity. Right? And then that will now create greater comfort for the debt coming in thereafter. So again, just a person's turn. If you don't understand, you can always reach out to us. There are many companies that do all investment houses. I don't want to necessarily endorse particular persons, but investment houses are very good at that. For the commercial banks, their capital departments are good at that, can have those discussions, so you can then come in with some amount of equity. And then that's the skin in the game that someone's speaking about. You know, what have you put up? What have you put in place? What do you have to lose to be a part of this transaction? And then we come in with the debt on the other end.
Right. Can I just, there are a number of persons who have asked questions on the Q&A, and perhaps I'd like to include some of them now so that you can answer those. We'll have one from Jovan. Read it quickly. Does PPP relate to community parochial roads?
To?
Community parochial roads.
Well, it could possibly. It depends on the value of the road in terms of the capex. So there's a lot of criteria that must be fulfilled before a PPP is considered. So it all depends on the type of structure. Yes, it's government owned, and so the government could seek for a private party to upfront that for parochial road, depending on the value. So I would say it could be a consideration depending, but it always depends on the structure, the risks involved, etc.
Quite. There's another one from a Zachary Frey who says, does DBJ have a mechanism to provide funding for infrastructure components that exist where private projects overlap with required improvements to public infrastructure? Example, potable water source development, well surface water abstraction, etc.
So we do have a mechanism where the government owns, and you just mentioned that the government and the private party have some overlap there. And that can be some kind of, again, shared mechanism where, of course, the private party, if it's to fund that water supply, and the government can pay the private party over time. So it's all, again, dependent on what that structure could look like. So a PPP can be used once it is that there is clear from the onset, you understand clearly what that relationship could look like. So it is something that can be considered for PPP once it is that both the private and the government can look at that risk allocation and allocate it best.
Right, and in cases where you have power buybacks or water buyback arrangements, those are
and the users can pay, right? And the users can be the payer.
Okay, lovely. I have one from an anonymous attendee. How can small developers pitch to DBJ? Can we reach out to you via your email? And it's directed to the gentleman who is with Ayana.
Okay, yes, you can. You can always reach out to DBJ and pitch ideas for financing. We'll guide you on it. If we can participate directly or indirectly, we'll let you know. And if it's something that we don't necessarily support, we can also put you onto our AFIs who do provide private solutions as well. So yes, definitely we can point you in the right direction or assist directly.
Okay, just one more then. Let me see. What are they? Hang on. It's a two-part thing. Is the issue for affordable housing a lack of financing opportunities for small-scale projects? And it goes on. He goes on to say, what other factors are affecting the lack of affordable housing solutions?
All right, for housing solutions, what I understand based on my research is that there is this upfront cost that is associated with the infrastructure altogether that must be met, and this is super expensive infrastructure. The governments themselves have a lot of different priorities and limited fiscal space. So you have a lot of other projects that's competing for just that small amount of fiscal space that's available. So in terms of dedicating for infrastructure to be able to support real estate development and have affordable housings, that is always something that can be tricky on the government side and would have to be carefully considered. And but I can't say specifically what would be the issues per se that is preventing housing from being more affordable. But I know that infrastructure works is very expensive.
Yes, it's a very wide question. Very, very wide question indeed. Sorry? Somebody was saying something?
I'm not sure.
All right. We've reached the point now where, are there any more questions on inquiries on this?
Keith, just to mention, infrastructure financing. Now we're building infrastructure that will last 20, 30, 40 years with maintenance. But the purchaser is paying for it up front. Do we have a mechanism where maybe would have to be restricted to a fairly large development, where the purchaser would have each purchaser would have a bond that they would be paying over a period of time, perhaps tied to their property tax, that would allow for that payment of that infrastructure cost over really the life of the infrastructure. And in this way, the developer would be refunded for the cost of the work on completion, but it gets paid back over a longer time, which would then give the purchaser a reduced upfront cost that he is able to pay off over time. And that time, over time, through the inflation would also reduce the actual impact of that cost. Is that something that's under consideration?
I mean, if I may, I think that's a structuring consideration as it pertains to how the developer gets financing. And Dayton, I realize you mentioned it at first. It may be more suitable for larger developers that actually have their own balance sheet that can possibly issue debt with securitized by projects underneath that. And they could possibly issue, let's say, we're just using examples here, a 7, 8, 10-year bond, and use the funding from that bond to do multiple projects or one big project at the same time to sell those units and have the cash flow, but still have the relatively lower debt payments from the bond that paid that upfront payment. So I think it's really as it pertains to finance structuring, and bonds is something that we can do for the private sector as well. And Ayana had mentioned it in her presentation about mobilization. It's a big part of what we do. So I want to say that, you know, for prospective developers, if your development is $20 million development, it is not likely that we will fund the entire thing, right? As I said, we're not here to replace the local financial institutions and the great work that they do. We're here to support. So we can provide support in terms of advisory and a percentage of the financing to that amount. It's usually around between 30 to 40% max of that. Yeah.
All right. I think we can stretch the time a little bit more for two quick questions and answers. The first one from an anonymous attendee: the application for government lands through the appropriate channels, estate division of the ministry, seems arbitrary at best. How can information be gained about applications made years ago? I don't know if anybody has the answer to that one.
Unfortunately, we don't have an answer to that.
I didn't think so. This is the next one is for the DBJ. What is the turnaround time for financing if all the documentation and designs are in place?
Can you repeat that question, please, Mr. Lazarus?
What is the turnaround time for financing if all the documentation and designs are in place?
Okay, so let's look at our financing cycle. We would need documentation, I would say, the last week in the current month. That will then allow us to do a draft and a review by the first week in the month, and by the second week in the month we'll have a presentation ready to submit to board. So now I'm giving the exact timeline, so remember the timeline. The end of the month we need those documents to review. After first review, by 2 weeks we'll have a draft. In the third week we'll submit to internal committees, and in the fourth week it will go to board. So that's the cycle. The board meets on the third Thursday of every month, if not the final Thursday of every month. And that's the cycle. There are several meetings and committees to be met before going to board. So I would say if you give me documentation by the final week of the month, within the next month you can have an approval, giving that all is well.
Very clear. All right, I'm afraid we've run out of time. I want to thank Ayana for her and her guest for responding so eloquently and clearly to the questions. And of course, I want to thank Peter Jarvis and Simon Johnson for their contributions to the Q&A. Thank you very much indeed. And we have to move on now, and we are just going to have a very short break, a very short commercial break. Thank you all again.
Think security's expensive? Try a break-in. DigiView Security offers intelligent surveillance for residential, commercial, and large-scale spaces. Our surveillance captures up to 360 and 180-degree angle, human and vehicle detection, line crossing and intrusion detection, license plate recognition, face capture and facial recognition, early fire detection, 24/7 full-color footage even in complete darkness, built-in audio talk, access control technology, and active deterrent. Contact us today to see what you've been missing.
Did she just A, win the lotto, B, get a low light bill, or C, get news that she can't wait to tell? It's C, because when you refer your friends or family to JN Bank for a mortgage, you could get up to $100,000 cash, even if you don't have a mortgage with us. If your referrals get approved and moves from house hunting to home owning, you get rewarded. So go ahead, tell a friend and earn from it. Visit jnbank.com to learn more about JN's Tell a Friend Mortgage Rewards. JN Bank will help you find a way.
40 years, the Gian Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The Gian Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
All right, we're back from our short commercial break. And before we have the next presenter, you can just watch a very short presentation, a video presentation on renewable energy.
The Mars Face Lecture Series has always been about bringing the brightest minds in the world to come and talk to us about how we can transform our economy and our country. We have the opportunity now to transform our energy sector. Current world events have highlighted our vulnerability and our dependency on imported fossil fuels and the need for this transformation. This conversation is impatient of debate. It is calculated that in less than an hour and a half, the energy that's radiated from the sun onto the earth can provide all the energy we need for 1 year. Jamaica, we are blessed with abundant sunshine, and best of all, it's free. All we have to do is find a way to capture it, and technologies are available. We can wean ourselves of fossil fuels and become energy independent in a very short space of time. There has been much discussion in the media about energy and the possibilities of a new agreement with JPS. The Energy Minister stated his intent to negotiate new licensing terms and is open to other potential investors. There is an opportunity for a transformation of reliance. Hand in hand with that, the question of renewables has become possible. The technology to harness, store, distribute renewable energy is now an economic proposition. Other countries are showing the way, and we think that Jamaica should be at the cutting edge of the conversation.
Right, we're back again, and after that video, we will have a word from one of our platinum sponsors, Hardware and Lumber Limited, and the presenter of that is Mr. Sadhu Ramani. Now, Mr. Sadhu Ramani is the CEO of Hardware and Lumber Limited, and is an accomplished finance professional with over 30 years of experience in strategic planning, financial engineering, and business development. Holding a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Calcutta University and a postgraduate degree in Business Finance, Sadhu has led key initiatives at prominent companies in Jamaica, India, and Nepal. He is also certified ISO 2701-2022 auditor and holds a certificate in greenhouse management from the University of Arkansas. Mr. Ramani?
Hey, hi, Mr. Lazarus. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the listeners. So what I'm presenting on, it's a brief presentation, but I think it's not going to be so much of me going through it slide by slide. I just like to let everybody know that the slides are available, will be available on the JDA website, but I'm going to go through it briefly and highlight the main features, but let me give you a background. So Hardware and Lumber we turn 100 next year. We were formed in December 1927. What has allowed us to be of service to Jamaica over the years has been our capacity to adapt and provide value. So even the modular housing solution that we brought in, 9 years have gone into bringing it to market to ensure that the product that we bring is the right one and it bears the H&L stamp of approval. So first things first, if you look at the evolution of the building sector, so we had blocks, block and mortar, then came the preforms, both coexisting side by side because preforms are expensive. And now we have this modular housing, which is a concrete house. So let me make that very clear. It's not PVC, it's not steel, it's not foam ply, it's a concrete house. It's Portland cement and silica meshed under high pressure and temperature to provide a concrete panel. So this is just part of the evolution from block and steel to preform to now a concrete panel. What this home also offers is quick installation. So it moves fast, it is approved, and it meets all our building codes. It's approved by the Bureau of Standards, and we brought it to market with technical collaboration of University of Technology. But I'll get into that. What is the benefit of this house? So it is durability, it's quick to install, it saves money, it has accessibility, and equally important, it's hurricane resistant, it's fire resistant, it is earthquake resistant, it's termite resistant. Also, when we speak of environmental sustainability and being environmental friendly, the panels of the house, they come with a pocket of air and foam between the panels that also allows for energy conservation, which means your house doesn't heat up as fast, it doesn't cool down as fast. So it helps you save electricity, and it offers a lot of benefits in terms of just having a very nice, comfortable environment to live in. I'm not going to go into the technicalities, but suffice it to say the technicalities exist. It's the strength of the foundation, the strength of the joinery that determines how strong the house is. And this is designed to take all kinds of trauma that you may throw at it. So what does a house come with? So when you buy a housing kit, and let me tell you why I'm talking about you buying a housing kit. So when you buy a housing kit, you get the entire house in terms of the panels, the roofing, the walls, etc. The windows and doors, these are UPVC windows and doors. You get all the electrical fixtures, bathroom fixtures, ceramic tiles. It's a tiled cement roof and a water tank. What you do not get is you do not get the land, you do not get the foundation, and you do not get the installation. So when we talk of a home kit, you're basically buying a product from hardware and lumber because that's the business we are in. We are not in the business of construction. But what we do is we ensure that the product you bought from us can be installed. And to that end, we teamed up with UTech and we sponsored the training of contractors in how to put the house together. So it's an expensive exercise for us, but we do it because we want the houses to be properly installed, and we don't want to be in the business of construction ourselves because we are not geared for that. We don't have the skill sets for that. And the beauty of this kind of a unit is everything that goes into the house is something that H&L sells, which means that you can scale up anything you want. You want an aluminum window, you want a different kind of a window, a wood finish window, you want to change the ceramic tiles to porcelain tiles, or you want to change it to SPC wood finish flooring or luxury vinyl tiles, you want to change the faucets. Anything that is in the house is scalable and can be altered, which means you're not stuck to a preset look or a preset feel. The next thing is the houses are customizable to an extent, in the sense if you want, instead of 1,000 square feet, you want 1,400 square feet. Yes, we can provide you with a 1,400 square foot solution, but It is not a hack. It's not something we do here. We will get the system redesigned and import it for you. All these systems come as completed units in panels, of course, to be assembled, but you can customize it. In fact, we have a customer who wanted a 4-bedroomed house by joining together 2-bedroomed house to make one large 4-bedroomed house. And we were able to do that. We were able to get the engineering, the solution, and with the vendor, and we were able to do it. The houses are very pleasant. We actually have a model unit in our property. The entrance is from Washington Boulevard, but we have 3 models, the 1-bedroom, the 2-bedroom, and the 3-bedroom. And the 3-bedroom unit is what we have as the model unit. And when you walk into the unit, folks, what you will not feel it as being any different from a preform or a block and steel unit. Because like I say, it's a concrete unit. Since we launched it about a year or a year and a few months back, what we've noticed is significant interest among developers. So I think this forum is perfect for me to explain this. So what developers see in this housing solution is they see a nice concrete house, affordable. They see a turnaround time, and this is important. They see a turnaround time of 6 to 8 weeks to put up 20, 30 units. So it takes about 6 weeks to put up a unit, but when you do it en masse, it takes about the same time, right? So within about 6 to 8 weeks, and I'm talking of a completed unit, not just the shell, not just the concrete, I'm talking of a complete unit. And when you can turn around houses in 8 to 12 weeks, you know what it does to your cash flow. And that's why there is significant interest. Otherwise, we know developments can take years. And so the cash flow turnaround is of significant interest. And what developers also like is that you're not in a situation where your cement, steel, and lumber has started walking, because these are kits. So it all comes as one kit. You open it and you assemble it. And within 6 to 8 weeks, you're done with the assembly of the house, and it's a complete house. And like I said, it even comes with a kitchenette. It has everything. So you turn the key, move your furnishings, and you start living. So the benefits are clear. It has been approved by the Bureau of Standards. It meets the International Building Code, Jamaica Building Code. It provides environmental benefits. It is resistant to mold, UV damage, and like I said, it's energy efficient because it has paneled walls. And we therefore are very happy to provide a solution to the market that we believe meets all the expectations that our Jamaicans should expect, they deserve, and we do not want to put a product in the market with the H&L brand that we feel is substandard, and we are happy now to put our label behind this product.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramani. Very informative, and we look forward to seeing the details that you referred to. And again, thanks for being a platinum sponsor to the webinar. Thank you very much indeed. All right, before we go any further, just have a short commercial break again, and then we'll come back with the scholarship bursary presentations.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
For over 40 years, the JDA Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The JDA Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Think security's expensive? Try a break-in. DigiView Security offers intelligent surveillance for residential, commercial, and large-scale spaces. Our surveillance captures up to 360 and 180-degree angle, human and vehicle detection. line crossing and intrusion detection, license plate recognition, face capture and facial recognition, early fire detection, 24/7 full color footage even in complete darkness, built-in audio talk, access control technology, and active deterrent. Contact us today to see what you've been missing.
Well, thanks very much. We have to look after our sponsors the same way that they look after us. At this time, I would like to introduce Miss Terrian Rule, who is the Acting Scholarship Officer at UTEC for the bursary presentation. Ms. Rule, over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Listen, I've been here all morning getting information about things I know nothing about. So I'm still, and it's awesome. I'm loving it. I am so full with information I'm sure I'm going to share. And thank you so much for inviting me. And I am to say thank you very much to the Jamaica Developers Association for this opportunity for our students to have this scholarships, because we have 2 scholarship recipients for the Joyce Bolton and the Eustace Bird Memorial Scholarships. While not all our applicants were successful in receiving the scholarships, we're especially grateful for the bursaries for Kwesi Larwood, Leighton Palmer, Joshua Malcolm, Annalise Stewart, and Marky and Allen, who each receive a bursary of $40,000. So I'm pleased to convey the thanks on their behalf and, for meaningful support that has been going on for years. Our long-standing partnership continues to make a significant impact, particularly within the faculty of the built environment, and plays an important role in the development of future professionals who will contribute to Jamaica's growth. All right, and for our scholarship recipients, and I don't leave them for last just because, I leave them for last because they are the winners. We have Amoy Francis, who is online right now, and she got the Joyce Bolton bursary, scholarship, sorry, and Aaliyah Beckford, who get the Eustace Bird Memorial Scholarship. All right, so thank you so much, JDA. Thank you, ladies, so much for representing University of Technology Jamaica. All right, all ladies are online.
All right, Amoy, would you like to say something?
Yes. Good day, everyone. I'm Amoy Francis, a final year construction engineering student with the University of Technology. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Jamaica Developers Association for this award. My journey through university has not been a traditional one. I started my degree late and I had to pursue my studies alongside work. And so as a result, my path through university was not as quick as many of my peers. Yet still, the association awarded me with the Joyce Bolton Memorial Scholarship for simply doing well in my studies in spite of my circumstances. And so more than the financial support, I'm grateful to the association for allowing me to feel seen, to feel encouraged, and to be reminded that there is a space within our institutions, even for students like me. So thank you a million times for your generosity, your support, and your belief in the trying youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amoy. Alia?
Yes, sir.
So much. Good afternoon, members of the JDA, distinguished guests and associates. I am Miss Aliyah Bickford, a third-year construction management student at UTech and now an appreciative recipient of the UCES Bird Memorial Scholarship offered by the JDA, as you know. This appreciation would have been much longer if I had the time, but just to keep it short, I am deeply honored and grateful to have been selected for this bursary, and I do hope it is understood how meaningful of an impact such generosity really is. Thank you so much for your commitment to nurturing the next generation of developers. And I intend to honor this through excellence and through service. I wish the JDA continued success and growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amoy, and thank you, Alia. It's wonderful to meet the both of you, and we wish you all the best. Congratulations to all the recipients, and particularly to Amoy and Alia, who have done so well. And we wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you as practitioners and as professionals on this webinar in the future. Thank you very much indeed. Great. And thank you, Terry-Ann, for introducing them, and thank you very much indeed. Well done. Well done. All right. We are talking about modular housing solutions to meet Category 5 events. As you know, we had a Category 5 storm which devastated the western part of the island, and it has led us to rethink the way we build. The presenter of this section of the program is Mr. Kinson Case, Principal Director, Project and Technical Services Branch in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. Mr. Case is a highly accomplished management professional with over a decade of expertise in project operations and strategic management across both the public and private sectors. Known for his strategic vision and hands-on leadership, he has successfully overseen multi-million-dollar infrastructure projects, ensuring that they are completed on time, within budget, and to the highest standards. His academic background includes an MBA in General Management from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and a Bachelor of Education in Construction Technology from the University of Technology, where he graduated with honors. His qualifications are further enforced by his Project Management Professional Certification from the Project Management Institute, Supervisory Management from the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, and Bloomberg Marketing Concepts, underscoring his expertise in project planning, risk mitigation, and stakeholder engagement. Throughout his career, Mr. Case has demonstrated a strong commitment to public service and national development. His portfolio includes high-profile infrastructure projects, community initiatives, and strategic programs that reflect his dedication to sustainable growth and innovation, with a deep understanding of Jamaica's regulatory environment and industry best practices. Mr. Case leads with a focus of transparency, efficiency, and quality, driving transformative projects and support Jamaica's development goals whilst fostering partnerships and building trust with clients and communities. Mr. Case, after that introduction, you are well qualified. Press on.
All right, thank you. Just confirm that you're hearing me and that you're seeing my screen. All right, excellent.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank the Jamaica Developers Association for the opportunity for inviting me to present on this very important topic. As the moderator said, modular housing is now becoming very popular in Jamaica, especially because of the events of Hurricane Melissa. This presentation will focus on modular housing solutions and hurricane resilience, and it is what I'd like to dub a standard-led approach to resilient housing delivery. Now, let's get into it. What is a modular housing solution? What makes a house modular? I'll tell you. It is really the factory production of the house, the methodology behind the construction of the components. There are several types. You have modular volumetric, which is really a three-dimensional room or building modules that you build off-site, and you bring them onto the site and you install. You also have prefabricated panelized, which I believe the presenter from Hardware and Lumber spoke about, where the buildings are built in panels, and then you will come on site and then you will assemble on site. There are containerized units, as well as there are folding and expandable units. Now, all of these units are types of modular housing. The key things that I want you to focus on is factory production. It's produced off-site in a controlled environment. It is then transported to the site, installed on-site, and then once you have the system installed, you'll have a complete building. Now, in terms of modular housing systems, I'm going to give a few examples for the group. We have factory-built timber frame modular structures, and this is normally popular in America and other European countries. Steel frame panels, which is very popular in spaces like China, Japan, South Korea, the Asian market. You have concrete modular, precast concrete, which I believe the Hardware and Lumber presenter spoke about, that his buildings are concrete. Yes, concrete structures of that nature are considered modular structures. And then you have the containerized folding modular structures. Now, there are many types of modular structures, and we want to really distinguish between temporary units and prefabricated permanent modular units. Now, in terms of the temporary units, these are really what we call short-term relocatable units. We dub them semi-permanent, right? Now, the intended occupancy is just about 36 months. However, it is extendable subject to inspection and approval, right? Now, when it comes to the prefabricated modular structure, it must comply with the Jamaica Building Code and all relevant engineering standards. And I know you heard it before. The presenter said it, that his structures comply to these codes. It's very important that all prefabricated modular structures comply with the relevant codes. Now, in terms of factory production versus site performance, while these units are designed and they are manufactured in a controlled facility, in a factory facility, when it comes on site, you would have site-specific designs and site-specific tweaks that you have to do based on the location. Now, it is all good and well to build panels specifically in a factory setting and say, all right, we're anticipating that the conditions on site are going to be gradually or gently sloping. However, when it is that you get to the site, you realize that that is something different. So you have to then retweak your design and reconsider the components that you intend to manufacture. So while factory production can improve quality and it allows for controlled fabrication, repeated checks and all those things, the site is what will really determine what exactly is built and how it will perform when it is installed on the site. Now, when it comes to modular housing, there are a lot of brochures and a lot of claims. Well, a lot of people will say, all right, my modular home can withstand a category 6, a category 7, a category 8. What will really determine that is the technical evidence. Are there calculation, testing, certifications, manual, especially for a system that has never been proven in these current conditions? So you have to have those engineering specifications and calculations to back up or verify your claim. Once it is that you have that, then you talk about site-specific design, the foundation that the house is going to be installed on. The drainage around the space, because if it is that you don't have proper drainage, then you're going to have water impacting not only the building but also the foundation, which is going to cause failure over time. So you have to ensure that all these things are considered. And then once it is that you have installed you have to do an inspection and then certification. And if it is that's a type of unit that requires some sort of maintenance, you have to maintain. So from a technical and regulatory standpoint, the evidence is what is really critical when it is that you're thinking about a modular structure as a developer. So we spoke about what is a modular structure. Let's look at hurricane resilience. And I want to frame this section very carefully because while categories of hurricane are good, when it is that you're talking about hurricane resilience, this discussion moves away from really the hurricane labels and it leans towards structural performance, wind demands, openings, uplifts, overturning, anchorage, and so on. What is going to allow the building to be resilient? So following Hurricane Melissa, the government of Jamaica took a standards-led approach to recovery. The government of Jamaica coordinated a technical working group, and this technical working group had engineers, housing professionals, experts from the various industries, and they were all called to the table. And what we developed in this technical working group was a set of standards or a set of guidelines, not only to guide future construction, but also to guide the repair. And out of that committee came the Residential Repair and Rebuild Manual. Also, the National Spatial Development and Management branch here at the ministry led a no-build zone mapping with various entities that control and regulate land, NEPA municipal corporations, railway corporation, and they looked at no-build zones. Because at the end of the day, we want what is called safe, habitable, and code-aligned recovery, but the recovery must be in the right places. And I believe Mr. Montague made that very clear in his sector presentation. Now, these were some of the outcomes of the technical working group and the technical response overall of the ministry and the government. Your prefab modular standard, residential repair manual, and also the no-build zone mapping. And I want to highlight this because it is very important. Alternative housing systems did not begin at the advent of Hurricane Melissa. It became more popular, brought to the public space. A lot of individuals started to inquire, a lot of individuals started to consider alternative systems. However, it is an ongoing assessment that is being done by Bureau of Standards and other agencies of government. This is an example of a building systems evaluation report that would be issued to a supplier or a developer who has an alternative system that they want to introduce to the market or they want to develop. They have to go through the Bureau of Standards, and then the Bureau of Standards will assess against our codes and regulations and issue an assessment or evaluation report. Why the standards matter? So you're a developer and you decide that you want to go into prefabricated modular housing or panelized modular housing, volumetric modular housing. Why the standards matter? The standards matter because it is important that the building can hold up under specific conditions. Above all is the duty of the government of Jamaica and the ministry, by extension, is to ensure that our citizens are secure. So if it is that there's an alternative building system that comes into the market, it must go through the test. So what would you need in terms of a developer if it is that you plan to do this, or if it is that you are going into this particular building system? You planners and surveyors, you need a site layout, you need a drainage, access. Architects and engineers are going to have to look at the layout, livability, aesthetics, loads, foundations, anchorage. Developers, you have to look at your approvals, your costing. What will it cost to mass produce? Is it workable? Can this solution be an alternative that will work and will be able to function within the current market. And then also it goes over into the realtors and the occupants. We talk about market confidence, insurability, safe occupation, and so on. So it is not just focused or zoned in on the technical experts or the engineer. It cuts across the entire development industry. What hurricane resilience really means. And this is a very important point, because when we talk about hurricane resilience, the benchmark or the minimum standard for wind load in Jamaica is 248 kilometers per hour. And in context, that is just a 4 kilometer per hour difference between a Cat 5 and what the minimum is. So you realize that the standards that already exist and have existed have always ensured that buildings that are constructed in Jamaica are hurricane resilient. Important considerations for hurricane resilience: you want to think about the site wind demand, you want to think about the openings, and something that I call critical, which is a continuous load path, which I will detail shortly, right? Anchorage, and also your evidence, your test reports and site inspections before it is that you decide you're going to put down a unit. Now, when we talk about the continuous load path, this is what we're speaking about. You have the lateral forces coming on the building. Wind from east, wind from west. That force should be able to be distributed throughout the entire building, from the roofs to the walls, to the anchorage, to the foundation, and then eventually to the subsoil below. All right? So that is how you want the forces to be distributed. So when we talk about a continuous load path or the continuous loading of the building, this is a description of what we're speaking about. But despite all of that, your continuous load path, anchorage is sound, your wall panels are made from solid concrete, and it is considered hurricane resilient because you have conformed or complied with all of the requirements of the government, whether it be BSJ, whether it be the Ministry of Housing, whatever requirements are there and standards that are required, you have met all of them. It still comes down to where you intend to place the unit, which is why the government took the decision to focus on no-build zones and to look at the areas that should be considered no-build. Because regardless of how good your building is or how good your product is, if it is that you place it on an area or in an area that is prone to slippage, that is prone to flooding, then it doesn't matter how good your building is, it will fail. So it is important that where the unit is going to be placed is heavily considered when it is that developers are thinking about these types of units. Durability in Jamaica has always been an issue. So your panels are good, the site is good, and you're going to put down your building. You have to think about some of the things that affect the Jamaican homes based on the climate that we're in. You have corrosion, right? Based on the fact that we're surrounded by a sea, moisture, heavy rains, heat. You have to think about thermal comfort, right? Termites, which I hear the gentleman from Hardware and Lumber say his building is termite proof. So that is good, right? Then you have to think about maintainability, right? And think about also the finished floor levels and how it is that you intend to drain your site. So for developers, design responsibility. You have to select systems that can hold up in the conditions, right? So if it is that you're going to go for a permanent modular solution, you have to think about can this hold up under the current conditions? Also, when it is that you're engaging your supplier, you have to get the proof. You have to get the proof from them that this can hold up, that this can stand up to the requirements or to the standards that exist. Think about also site-specific foundations, right? if it is that the site requires a strip foundation, if it is that the site requires a pad foundation, a mat foundation, a raft foundation, you have to think about these, as well as the flooding and the drainage conditions that are there on the site. And you want to consider, if it is that you are manufacturing the unit here in Jamaica, you have to think about quality control in your factory. All right? Think about how it is that you're going to connect the different panels, how it is that they're going to be loaded based on the continuous load path. And also, you have to think about buyer and insurer confidence. If I take this to an insurance agency, will they be willing to insure this home? Will they be willing to insure this system? Will an individual in the average Jamaican, because we have a culture here of block and steel. So when it is that a developer comes in with an alternative system, there are a lot of skeptics. A lot of individuals look at it and say, I don't think this can really work. I'm sticking to my block and steel. So you have to think about buyer insurer confidence. So you want to ensure that you have the necessary documentation and approvals to support your system. And this now will help to build buyer and consumer confidence. So in terms of minimum standards, this standard came out of the technical working group, and it was based on the Jamaica Small Residential Building Code. So as I said, we're not doing anything new. We're not doing anything because of Hurricane Melissa. These standards have already existed and they have already been in use. And the Bureau of Standards Jamaica can attest to it. I believe Richard is on to answer a couple of questions as well. So when you talk about the standards, they already exist, right? You have the Small Residential Building Code, Jamaica Building Code, Jamaica Fire Code, Jamaica Energy Conservation Code, Jamaica Mechanical Code. And these are all codes that are accessible, right? You can always contact the Bureau of Standards. You can purchase a copy. As a developer, it is useful for you to have a copy of these codes, especially if it is that you decide that you're going to import or you're going to start using an alternative building system. It is excellent knowledge for you and for your team of engineers, for your team of architects, for them to know and understand the standards in which the unit should operate. Now, a quotation is not considered a technical submission, right? And the reason why I want to highlight this is because a lot of, since the advent of Hurricane Melissa, a lot of interest has been placed in modular housing and so on and so forth. However, a lot of these interests are absent the necessary technical information or technical documentation that is required, right? So design and engineering, what codes are your units complying to, right? And also in terms of the delivery and assurance, the test reports and so on and so forth. So these are some things that you can use as what we would like to call, what I like to dub, the minimum evidence gates, right? So before you move through a particular gate, you take a look at what is required, right? So before you start to seek approval from the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, right, or the necessary government agencies, you want to think about, do you have everything that you require, the complete technical package? Then before installation, you want to think about the site-specific designs and calculations that you might need. And then also before occupancy, you want to think about your inspections and so on. So based on this, we've learned a couple of things from the market itself in terms of what the market is saying about modular housing solutions, permanent modular housing solutions. And the market interest is very, very strong, very, very strong, right? We've seen a number of claims. I've even seen someone claim that they can withstand a category 6. But we want to take it in terms of removing the category labels and think about it. So, while modular units may boast speed, you can build many units at a time. There are different systems that you can use. So the innovation is very high. The number one characteristic that is important and that will get you through any door is that you must have evidence. So it's not a matter of how many units you can build and how quickly you can build the units. If you can do all of that and then there's not demonstrable evidence that the unit can hold up under specific conditions, then you would have lost the plot. So as developers, speed is good, innovation is good, volume is good, but the evidence must be there to support your claims. So the common issue is not the absence of the product, it's more the absence of proof. So structural calculations, your engineer certifying that these are the calculations that were used and it can withstand this level of seismic activity, this level of hurricane resilience, what type of anchorage and foundation, and specific details. How is it anchored? All right. Not just saying it's a 25 mm bolt. Specifics. What type of bolt is it? What's the material of the bolt? What's the threading ratio? Some of these things will assist you in getting a quick approval from the Bureau of Standards and the necessary entities. All right, fire and life safety, equally important, fire resistance and so on. How do you integrate the electrical and plumbing mechanisms into the unit? And these are some of what we'd like to call the common evidence gaps, where a proposal may be sent and it is lacking some of these critical things. So BSJ, you have all of your ducks in a row. You have all of the technical requirements. You have all of the calculations, and you have approached BSJ, and you have received your approval, right? Remember, BSJ as an entity will approve based on the information you have sent. So it is very critical and very important that you understand it is not a broad brush approval so that you can put the unit anywhere you feel like, or you can design anything that you feel like. Whatever is submitted in terms of your technical documentation, that is what is evaluated and that is what the approval is given for. So if you leave and you change or you tweak, right, then you have to resubmit, right? You have to resubmit because we will ask the question. The Bureau of Standard will ask the question, what was changed and how does this impact the performance of your unit? So some of the benefits in terms of the modular units: value for money, delivery, speed, technical compliance, whole life performance. Once you have all of these things, then you're going to get value for money. So you want to consider as a developer, large scale developments, you can move quickly. However, based on all of these things, the purchase price, the delivery, speed, the technical compliance, and your whole life performance, you will be able to get value for money as a developer. So you're going to ask me, what is the pathway to a hurricane-ready housing, especially for modular solutions? This is the pathway. You're going to define the intended use, right? What do I intend to use my modular structure for? Is it an office? Is it a home? Is it a commercial space, a residential space, right? You're going to select which codes are required, all right? So you're going to look at your modular structure and look through the code index and identify what codes are required for you to satisfy. Then you're going to submit the documentation. Bureau of Standards will now review the system, the building system, and give the stamp of approval, right? Now, if it is that professional certification is required, whether or not you need a PE or so on, before you go to the local authority, which is a standard when it is that you're doing commercial buildings or multifamily buildings, you need professional certification, then you will secure that. Then once you have secured that, you will then move to the local authority, which is the municipal corporation, who will apply your building permit. All right. Then install under supervision, and once you do your final inspection, you should be good to go. Roles and responsibilities. Mega ID, we're really policy. That's our role in this entire thing. In terms of BSJ, they're going to look at the standards, the system evaluation, and certification framework. The local authorities are going to look at your building permits, development permits, and so on. The professionals are going to be looking at the certification and also designing site-specific engineering. Developers, your responsibility, due diligence. You need to do due diligence before it is that you take on a particular system or even invest in a particular system. Because if you invest heavily without the necessary documentation being approved by BSJ and reviewed, then you're going to be spending your money without being able to implement your system. And then suppliers and installers, I heard the gentleman from Hardware and Lumber says that he's in a partnership to train suppliers, to train installers for his units, which is very good. So that is one of the things as well. Your responsibilities are to ensure that you have the requisite manuals and that your installations, if possible, come with warranties. So overall, and this is a beautiful topic because modular housing solutions are on the rise, and it's a real opportunity. If you look at the hurricane tracks, there's a massive increase in hurricanes from 1995 to 2025 than from 1965 to 1995. So the Caribbean on a whole, right, is looking for faster post-disaster housing options. They're looking to scale projects, quickly scale, and modular solutions have the ability to do that. Local assembly manufacturing is also something that is being looked at. So if it is that you have the factories in Jamaica, then it's less dependence on importing if it is that you need to build quickly. And also in terms of the government side, modular systems can support housing, clinics, schools, and so on. So there's a number of opportunities for modular solutions and alternative systems in the wider Caribbean context, not just Jamaica. So just to wrap up some key points. So modular housing is a delivery method, not an automatic guarantee of resilience. Performance requires a complete engineered load path. Temporary and permanent modular housing must be classified differently. Foundation, anchorage, and fire safety. Energy performance and inspections, these things are non-negotiable. And Jamaica can use modular housing. However, it must be through a standards-led approach. Thank you, folks. And we'll now take questions. I'm happy my panelists are on to help me answer some of the questions that you may have. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So thank you very much indeed. Very, very interesting indeed. And there are a number of questions in the Q&A box, and I'm sure that some of them are quite long. Some of them I think are pretty obvious, but they need to be answered. But before we do that, let's bring in the panelists who are going to deal with the answers along with you and ask you some questions. I assume is the case. We have Mr. Christopher Burgess as one of the panelists. He's been on this webinar before. Mr. Burgess is the Managing Director of CEAC Solutions and CEAC Outsourcing Company Limited with a PhD in Climate Studies, an MSc in Environmental Engineering from Imperial College, and the MSc in Coastal Engineering from Old Dominion University, and the BSc in Civil Engineering from the University of the West Indies. So Dr. Burgess has over 28 years of experience and has worked on infrastructure projects across the Caribbean, including storm drainage, wastewater treatment, and climate change research for various governments and agencies. Notable projects include the Palisades Peninsula Shoreline Protection and the JSIF Port Royal Street Coastal Revetment. Dr. Burgess is a registered professional engineer, a member of the Jamaican Institute of Engineers, and has published extensively in international journals. We also have Mr. Sadhu Ramani, who has already been introduced to us, so I won't introduce him again. And we have Mr. Richard Lawrence. By the way, you will recall that Mr. Ramani is the CEO of Hardware and Lumber Limited. And we have Mr. Richard Lawrence, Manager, Testing and Industrial Services Branch of the Bureau of Standards in Jamaica, very important for these purposes. Mr. Lawrence is a quality management and project management professional with more than 20 years' experience leading major projects in Jamaica and across the Caribbean. He serves at the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, where he manages the Testing and Industrial Services Branch and led the accreditation of Jamaica's only government construction laboratories. A civil engineer by training, he also holds a master's degree in substantial energy and climate change and is certified in several international standards, including the ISO 9001 and the ISO 17025. He is widely recognized for his work in quality assurance, standards development, and infrastructure testing. Welcome, gentlemen. Maybe before we all start to get into the things, there's a couple of questions that maybe you ought to take early. What's the uptake by developers like in warranty available to them or individuals who may purchase the house kits? Do we know that, Mr. Case? Are there any warranties?
No, that is information that I presently would not have.
I suppose it would
I'm not sure if Mr. Wood from the JDA could probably help out.
Maybe it depends on each particular manufacturer. I don't know.
Well, possibly.
It's a possibility. There are a couple more that we can answer quickly. Can you say if the NHT will offer mortgages on modular homes? Do we know? I assume so. Nobody seems to know the definitive answer. And there's one especially for Mr. Case, which says, is site assessment one of the functions carried out when companies are supplying private customers?
Well, it should be. It should be. It should be.
All right. Before we get into others, there's perhaps one more. Monique Clark Brown asks, the proposed no building zones are a positive step. However, what about long-established communities such as Jacksonville and St. Andrew, where landslides and slope instability have been recurring issues for many years? Construction continues in and around these vulnerable areas despite the known risks. What specific measures will be implemented to address those existing high-risk communities? Will there be stricter enforcement, engineering, mitigation, restrictions on future development? Is it important that the action plan addresses not only future developments, but also the ongoing risks facing residents in areas that have already been heavily developed? That's a mouthful.
It is. So what I can say quickly is that all buildings, regardless of their composition, must pass through a rigorous approval regime. So you have planning, which is executed under the NRCA. So if it is that it's a subdivision or it's an apartment complex, it must pass through the NRCA, which is housed by NEPA. And then on top of that, you have the building permit, which is another approval step where you have to again pass through another level of scrutiny. So what I can say is that if buildings are being constructed, then they would have passed through the rigorous approval process, and I'm sure that the requisite engineering considerations would have been considered to ensure that there is no serious harm or necessary damage to whether individuals in that specific building or even individuals in and around the building. So I'm sure that the buildings would have been engineered.
All right, thanks very much. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazarus. Thank you for shepherding us again. Kinson, first to you to say thank you very much for this presentation. It's a well-prepared presentation. I mean, you and I have been talking along the way. I hear the passion. I'd like to applaud your presentation for the focus, obviously, on the use of codes and standards. And I can hear your skepticism with the vendor claims and scrutinizing them. And it's Afif, this is not this is something that us engineers have to cope with very often. Very often you have the salesman trying to sell you something, as we'd say, fisherman sell fish. And you have to dissect and see if it makes sense. And as Kinston said, they don't even have the technical information to allow us to justify it or to even explore it. And so keep up that skepticism as an engineer, Kinston. This is what we're there for, to protect society, safety of society. That's in the Professional Engineers Act. That's part of our, be that gatekeeper to make sure that they make sense and they're not just trying to sell us something to make a fast buck and then leave us vulnerable again. So thank you. I hear the thoughtfulness. I have a few questions for Kinston though, Afif. One, I see you thought about the modular housing. Have you thought of or conceptualized any projects from the ministry standpoint to address the housing need in the West, as far as NARA is going to be concerned? Do you have any ideas of communities that you want to, as a ministry, to purchase or to deploy, say, 1,000 units or 5,000 units in? I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. I heard about the technical considerations of wind, and the physical things, but what about the economic multipliers of these solutions? So you went through the cube solutions and the folding solutions, etc. But one of the things in terms of rebuilding and reconstruction, Afif, is that it has to make economic sense. But you have solutions that are going to have greater economic multipliers. As far as housing is concerned, when you have housing that's owned, that's titled, it displaces rent. So it frees up the income of the household from paying rent to being able to engage more in the economy. Then we have a house which is cool and which might have certain solar features. You also displace paying for electricity. And again, the occupants of the home, the family, can engage more in the economy. So have you given any thought to the economic multipliers of these solutions? And also, I think one of the questions, kind of ask it in a different way: how many of these solutions do we have approved, manufacturers that we can engage safely, that have had Richard's blessing, so to speak? Maybe I should ask Richard, but it's for you, Kinston. I will leave it there, Afif. But I want to come back later on after Richard would have had his chance to say I like the no-build zone idea. I just hope that we're not going overboard and displacing people where engineering can solve some of the problems. I'm not as worried about Jack's Hill as some are, because I know if you do your site-specific studies, you can answer the questions, kind of like what Kinston is saying, but they have to be done. Site-specific studies have to be done. But I'll leave those with you, Kinston. And I want to really thank you for a very thoughtful presentation. And I can hear the engineering in you, keeping the gate and, making sure that the salesman have to work for him money and make sure it makes sense technically.
All right. Thank you for those questions. So in terms of a broader look of rapid build out of housing, you would have heard the Prime Minister speak on many occasions on the need to build more housing, that the current housing stock is insufficient, and that he's taking active steps through his office, the NHT, the HAJ, to look at housing solutions and how we can build out rapidly. So I know that that is something that is actively on the way through the various housing entities that build housing solutions on a yearly basis. In terms of the economic considerations of modular housing, what I can say from my research is that modular housing would tend to trend downwards in terms of a price point versus a block and steel component, because block and steel will have there's a time factor, and you know time is money in development, so there's a time factor as well as the scalability of modular units. So from my general experience, the price point will trend down. In terms of the third question, Richard, I'm going to count on you to help with that one. Because
want to see a relay team.
But I know that a number of suppliers have been engaging the Bureau of Standards to look at alternative systems, especially when it is that you consider the housing need and the government's push for more affordable housing solutions. I think it is not just something that is unique with Jamaica. Across the globe, you have a lot of first world, as we like to call them, countries or developed nations that are experiencing a shortage in housing stock, which is ultimately driving up the prices of residential construction as well as commercial construction. So it is a wholesale look at it to say, well, based on the number of individuals who require housing solutions, we simply cannot fill the market by ourselves as a government. So you hear the Prime Minister speaking about, having more contractors on board who you can partner with, more developers. The guaranteed purchase program through the NHT is also another program that the government is using to try and improve the housing stock and also to make housing more affordable. So I know there are a number of initiatives on the way, the specifics of which I'm sure you will hear in due time.
Before we continue further, just let me make an apology for Mr. Sadu Ramani, who had an emergency and had to leave, so he's not on. Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, congratulations to the JDA for this webinar. Very important, very timely. And congratulations to Kingston for that presentation. I'm glad they asked you to do it and not me. I don't think I could have done as good a job. Impressive.
Yeah.
The Bureau of Standards partnered with the JIE way back in 2003 to update the codes, and we promulgated the first set of I-code application documents in 2009. Now, since then, well, I have been at the Bureau of Standards for almost 25 years. And since we promulgated the first set of modern I-codes, we have been getting requests from developers to use new billing systems from different parts of the world, various parts of the world. We get a few each year. When we do our assessment against the building code, there is always some caveat for compliance. So we might say this system coming out of Turkey, we accept it for Jamaica with these restrictions. Or the system coming out of Saudi Arabia, we accept it for compliance with the billing code with these restrictions or these modifications. The modular billing system is similar to the other billing system in terms of the compliance part. And Mr. Case went through that already. We have since the passage of Hurricane Melissa, the number of systems that we have received as more than 10 times what we get on average per year. So over the last 15 years, what we have gotten in terms of application for assessment, over the last 15 years, what we have received since the passage of Melissa has surpassed all of them combined in 15 years, just in the last probably 8 months. So we're working overtime to do these assessments. One thing of note is no system in my experience so far has met every single requirement of the Jamaica Billing Code without the report saying, ensure that you do this or ensure that you do that. And we always say, get a registered professional as a part of the team so that if there's any local issues, and Mr. Case indicate that we're not just looking at the structure of itself, we're also looking at the local issues that may need modification for site-specific construction. The BSJ is not a regulator, and I always use this opportunity to plug their team because I'll hear on TV and radio, the BSJ must make sure. And why the BSJ don't ensure? We do not ensure. We facilitate. Years ago, we changed our modus operandi from regulator to facilitator. Under the Building Act, we are empowered to do the assessment against the building code, and then the municipal authority use reports from the building code to do their regulatory activities. So we are helpers. If there is a developer who needs assistance, we are helpers to determine compliance. If there's an individual homeowner that needs to find out, is my plan according to the building code, we are helpers. So I just want to establish that, and I'm going to say it at least 2 more times. We are not regulators. We are facilitators. We're helpers. So, Chris, in terms of the list of billing systems, we have numerous. If you write to me, rlawrence@bsj.org.jm, I can email you the list. Give me a call, 876-881-6539. I will send you a list. We have numerous over the last 15 years, including modular systems.
In other words, developers can engage numerous suppliers.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And I figure that's where NAR is going to go, that developers can get engaged in the and they can choose a modular housing supplier. Afif, I don't know if you can allow me one more. Kingston, is there room for these homes to be built here? I mean,
wait, you just cut out, Chris. Repeat for me.
Oh, is there any opportunity for these modular homes to be built here? It's fine to import as you need, but certainly it would boost the economy and help us with, rekindling manufacturing here if we could set up a factory. For example, Astrum have a cube system. We can have a panel system, has a panel system. Is there room to manufacture any of these things here to boost our own economy? Because
I think that's an interesting conversation. It's a very interesting conversation. I think it is something that the JDA could possibly champion to look at it. When it comes to economies of scale, though, that is where I think we may be defeated. But I believe it is a conversation worthwhile, and I'm recommending that the JDA approaches the relevant stakeholders to discuss how it is that you can possibly have some sort of a conglomerate where you look at manufacturing these units here in Jamaica.
All right, great. Thank you.
Right. So just before we conclude, there's a couple of questions I think that can be answered very quickly. Can a purchaser of a module house later modify or add new rooms to the property with block and steel? we love to do that.
Yeah. But what I'll say, in my professional capacity, I would not recommend it. I would recommend that you get the necessary consultation, speak with the professionals before you do anything like that. So don't go knock out a wall in a modular unit and say, boy, you're going to expand it. So consult with your professionals, speak with your engineers, speak with also the local planning authority, wherever you are, the local planning authority is. Speak with them as well to confirm if it is that this is something that is allowed based on your restrictive covenant. So there are a number of things. So you can't just simply put up a modular structure and then you say, all right, let me knock it out and expand it. You have to consider these factors.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there is also in the suite of codes, the existing building code. Once you're doing a modification to a structure, The existing building code guides you how you need to change it. So even if you have built a structure 50 years ago, once you're going to do modification, the existing building code is used as a guide.
Yeah, correct. Just a couple more. This question was asked before. I suppose it depends upon the financier. Are modular houses able to be used as collateral? I don't think we can answer that question.
Yeah,
that is really for the banks and financial institutions. There was a question. A couple of people were asking, Mr. Case, you mentioned some books, and they're asking if they're available and where they're available from and the approximate cost.
Yes, the BSJ. I'm not sure of the approximate cost, but they can contact the BSJ. All the books are available there. And it's also on their website as well. You can purchase online, I believe.
And one last one. Since the BSJ has given up, if I can just find it, it just disappeared.
Sorry, I was answering it in the chat. So let me.
Okay, you are answering that. Good.
Yes. Since the question was, since the BSJ has relinquished its regulatory function, who is now in charge of those? The National Compliance and Regulatory Authority, NCRA, National Compliance and Regulatory Authority. I can look to my right and I see them, they're building right through my office window right here. I can wave to them. So they are the regulators now and we're the facilitators.
Excellent, excellent. Well done. That clarifies that. Maybe we can just do one more before we finish. Is there any development with modular homes only?
Yeah, I believe there are a few. I think Astrom did some panelized units. Island Homes as well. I think that there are a couple. Not off the top of my head, but I know in the well, I don't want to tell you my age, but back in the day, they used to have a lot of them. So that's why I say modular housing is really not new.
Yes, correct. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Sorry, Chris, you want to say something?
Yeah, that's why I'd really like to just rekindle that industry, Afif. You know, we speak about productivity going down and growing at 1%. This is another opportunity to put in overdrive, you know, to maybe shepherd 3 or 4 modular home companies here and see if we can get them producing here. Because sure enough, a hurricane is going to pass through the Caribbean again, and maybe it might be us again. We might need this skill, you know, this manufacturing manpower. I looked at the Manufacturers Association website and their membership, and it could do with some improvement, you know, in terms of these kind of companies. Astrom has a nice system. We can have a nice system, and you mentioned another company there, Kinsley.
Thanks, Chris. Good point. Good point indeed. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. I have to wrap it up now. Time is upon us. We've gone past our time. Thank you very much, Mr. Case. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. And I hope that all is well with Mr. Ramani. And we just break now for another short commercial break. Thank you all very much again.
Just A, win the lotto, B, get a low light bill, or C, get news that you can't wait to tell? It's C, because when you refer your friends or family to JN Bank for a mortgage, you could get up to $100,000 cash, even if you don't have a mortgage with us. If your referrals get approved and moves from house hunting to home owning, you get rewarded. So go ahead, tell a friend and earn from it. Visit jnbank.com to learn more about JN's Tell a Friend Mortgage Rewards. JN Bank will help you find a way.
For over 40 years, the GN Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The GN Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
Thank you very much. Here we are at the beginning of session 4, which is initiated by one of the most important topics that we can consider and discuss at this particular time based on our experiences over the last 9 or so months. Safeguarding property, the importance of insurance coverage during the hurricane season of which we are now in. And the presenter is none other than Mr. Peter Levian, a long-standing insurance expert. He's managing director of British Caribbean Insurance Company, and he's a chartered insurance professional with more than 40 years of experience in Jamaica's general insurance industry, and serves as managing director of the British Caribbean Insurance Company, one of the company's leading general insurers. A respected industry leader, he served as president of the Insurance Association of Jamaica from 2018 to 2020 and continues to contribute through its board of directors. Peter has been instrumental in developing innovative, customer-focused insurance solutions and has led BCIC through sustained growth, profitability, and industry recognition. He also spearheads the company's digital transformation initiatives, helping to position BCIC as an agile and forward-thinking leader in an evolving insurance landscape. His expertise in insurance, innovation, leadership, and risk management brings valuable insight to today's discussion. Welcome, Peter. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Afif. I feel like I need to just add on a personal note that I came into the industry and saw you, and just judging from the look of you, I might leave and leave you here too.
I'm trying.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the JDA for the opportunity. Okay, my brief, as Afif said, is to talk about how best to safeguard property using insurance. And one of the things that occurred to me was that I don't think it's particularly helpful for me to talk about the value of insurance in the abstract. I'm not saying that everybody believes that insurance is a good solution, but if you don't, then I don't think a 20-minute discussion from me on a webinar is going to change your minds. But I thought it would be more useful to talk about what makes the difference between effective coverage and ineffective coverage. What are the things that policyholders can do to maximize the return that they get when they have a claim? So first thing I want to do is to give them some of the reports and press that has been around since Melissa, arising from the admittedly inadequate response, too slow response in many cases to insurance claims. I thought it necessary for me to just point out that we hear about the bad ones, but there are a few good ones as well. There are some successful claims and claimants who have been able to recover in a reasonable time after the loss. So I will start with that, and then I'll go into the 6 steps that policyholders can take to put themselves into that position of being able to successfully claim in a reasonable time. So first of all, three cases. These are actual cases that BCIC handled coming out of Melissa. The first one was a homeowner who was doing an add-on. We just spoke about the propensity of Jamaican homeowners to add on to their homes. This homeowner did the right thing in terms of getting in touch with his insurance company and saying, I'm doing this add-on, and he was advised that he needs a contractor's all risk policy for that part of for that work. And as a result, when Melissa came, there was damage to the new building section, which was covered by the CAR policy, and then also there was theft that occurred to the contents in the existing home, and both of those were covered, and he was paid out, and he did the right thing going in by advising his insurance company and getting the right advice as to how to protect himself. The second case, we had a homeowner who was running an Airbnb, didn't tell us, which creates an issue because the normal homeowners policy, for instance, covers, it's intended for either owner-occupiers or for landlords who are renting on a normal one-year lease situation. The short-term rental is a very different animal in terms of risk because you have a lot of more activity, different people moving in and out and so on. Nonetheless, he was properly insured in terms of his sum insured, and we took the decision that we'd honor the claim and then work with him to make sure that he had the right coverage going forward. And then in the third case, an interesting one where a homeowner had insured a strata separately. This would have been a townhouse unit, not an apartment unit. But the strata also had insurance on the property. And BCIC collaborated with the strata insurers and made sure that the repairs were funded properly. So those are things that go right, and what makes them go right is the fact that in most cases, the policyholders did the things they needed to do before a loss rather than after. So what are those things? The first thing is to have good documentation. In terms of the building, normally when people buy a home, they have a valuation. When they buy it, the mortgage usually requires it, or if they're doing their own construction, they should have receipts. They should have a record of what the value of the home is, and then keep up that value. This is probably the single biggest issue with insurance not responding to the extent that the policyholder needs it to. And I'll talk a little bit more about the average clause in one of the next slides, so I won't spend too much time on that. In terms of contents, if you're insuring your contents, keep a full inventory. Now, that doesn't mean itemizing every item in the building or home. Both commercial and residential insurance policies allow for general descriptions. In the case of homeowners, contents includes furniture, appliances, personal effects, all of those things. So you don't need to itemize, but you do need to have an idea of what it would cost you to replace those things. And again, that's something that's subject to inflation. So what you thought it was, or what it was, if it was correct 4 or 5 years ago, becomes obsolete relatively quickly. Something that I would suggest is to just, everybody has a camera in their phone. Take a picture of every room in the house or building, and just keep that. And then you have it. You have a record of what you had, and then in terms of values, if people just apply the inflation rate, the annual inflation rate at the time that they're renewing their policy, then they'll stay within reach of the actual replacement cost at the time of a loss. Give an eye to external areas. Some external areas are covered under a homeowner's policy automatically and a commercial policy. The building definition on the policies is usually what we call a wide description. So it includes external, it includes gates, fences, walls, but these are boundary walls, not necessarily retaining walls, which obviously can be a lot more expensive. Outbuildings, pools, landscaping are usually not covered, and if you have some significant values in those kinds of assets, then you'd want to specify that to your insurance company. And then there are some non-property losses that can arise. Obviously, if you are in a house and it gets damaged and you can't occupy, then you may have to rent an alternative premises while the repairs are going on. That's covered by a homeowner's policy. But for businesses, you need to take what we call a loss of profits or business interruption cover in order to ensure that you can continue to meet your expenses and have some money coming in if the business can't continue because of a damage to the property. So essentially, figure out what your exposure is, with these broad groups, and come up with a number that you think will protect you in the event of a loss. The second one is where I go in a little bit deeper in terms of the average clause, and I think we're familiar with the average clause, but just the kind of very thumbnail description is if your insurance is not adequate to cover the amount at risk, then the amount you can claim gets reduced proportionally by that amount. There's two different ways it operates. For homeowners, there's a margin that we give where if you're within 85% of the value at risk, then average won't apply. So you have a buffer there. But I don't encourage people to insure for the 85% because it just means within a year you're below the 85%. So still should try and keep your sum insured as close to 100% of the value as possible. For commercial, there's no buffer, and so those policyholders need to make sure that they're maintaining their values. And essentially, the renewal is an opportunity. Renewal is usually once a year. It's an opportunity to just take stock. Nobody likes dealing with insurance matters. It's a chore, but it's what is necessary. That's the things we do in life that we do because it makes sense and not because we enjoy them. So maintaining values. This is the single biggest reason for shortfalls in between what the loss that somebody suffers and the amount that their insurance compensates them is underinsurance. It's both chronic and acute, if I can say that. It's chronic in the sense that it's very widespread. A lot of times people just don't look at their sums insured. They buy the house or they build the house and they insure it properly at the beginning, and then after 5 years nobody's paying attention to it and it's underinsured. So it is imperative, I would say, for policyholders to keep an eye on that and to look at it every year. It doesn't mean you need to get a valuation, a professional valuation every year. You're just trying to keep pace with inflation. If people just, again, apply the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, every year, it would prevent them from falling that far behind. And I would just add that BCIC does have a online facility to estimate the replacement cost of your building for homeowners, for private houses, where essentially you just need the square footage and a few basic questions like what kind of roof it is, and whether there are any particular types of expensive fixtures. And it provides a updated valuation, which is given to us by a quantity survey and updated twice a year. So that's an easy, and it's a tool that we don't limit it to BCIC customers. Anybody can use it. So if you want, you can check that out. For commercial, most commercial businesses place through brokers. commercial buyers should definitely have this conversation with their broker every year and just make sure, just check in and get their value updated. All right, the third thing is to know what your policy covers. Now, very broad descriptions here. Homeowners policies cover building and contents if you opt for contents. It covers for specific types of perils, so types of events, causes of loss, firestorm, flood, earthquake, theft for contents, etc. It also has cover for public liability. So if there's a defect in your home and somebody from outside suffers an injury, they can make a claim on your insurance company rather than you being exposed to that cost. People should look out for if they're doing any kind of business activity from their home that can be excluded by the policy. We're not talking about taking work home and doing it at home, but if you're running a business out of your home, any kind of trade, any kind of service that you're offering in your home, that can put your policy in jeopardy. So again, it's not hard to get your insurance company to make a note on the policy that that's a permitted activity, as long as it's not a particularly hazardous one. You'll be fine, but you don't want them finding out after a loss and it hasn't been disclosed to them. That's one of the things that leads to issues. High value items, there's a kind of cap on what a contents policy will pay per item, unless it's specified. So high value items might include jewelry, but it would also include pieces of art or even kind of high-end electronic equipment and so on. So anything that is high value should be specified with the value attached to it. Again, sorry, look out for those outbuildings. If you have outbuildings, then just put a note on the policy that you have an outbuilding, and this would need a value and would be added to your coverage, or you exclude it from the policy if you don't think it needs to be covered. But either way, let your insurance company know. For commercial, separate, again, buildings and contents are covered. You can buy business interruption for commercial policies. The commercial all risk policy is slightly different in that it covers any loss that isn't specifically excluded. So it's a slightly different approach, but it ends up very close in terms of what it covers. There are some exclusions. Understand those exclusions. Again, talk to your broker and just find out, make sure that none of your operations or none of your property would fall within any of those exclusions. And then contractors all risk is a specific and specialized cover for building works, basically, although it also applies to civil works as well, but primarily buildings. And it covers the work in progress, the materials on site, plant and equipment on site, as well as liability during the construction period. And again, let me just restate, any construction activity that's being done to an existing building, the insurance company needs to know so they can advise you on how to protect yourself in that scenario. Contracts always generally run through the end of the maintenance period. So they end, the contract period ends, but the coverage continues until the maintenance period expires. But what is important is for the handover to be accompanied by the owner now taking out his own insurance to protect the finished property. Just another word on knowing what your policy covers. BCIC has gone to pretty great lengths to. We recognize that insurance policies are dense and hard to read and hard to understand, and that's true even for those of us who are in the business. So with our kind of consumer-facing policies, as motor and homeowners, we went through a exercise a couple of years ago of converting them to plain language. And we didn't just come up with what we think plain language is. We actually engaged a consultant, actually out of New Zealand, who specializes in financial documents and insurance in particular, and helping companies to develop plain language wordings and communications generally. And that's been a very helpful exercise. Both our internal people like it because it's so much easier for them to understand and explain the policy because it starts out in a plain language form, and the customers also find it much easier to deal with. And we actually won an award from a US-based plain language institute for best before and after for our homeowners policy and for our motor policy. So that's just an example of we need to look, we in the insurance industry, we need to look at what are the obstacles to what's causing these disconnects between us and our customers and trying to solve those problems before they arise. And that's really what this whole presentation is kind of designed to try and do. I wanted to talk a little bit about parametric insurance. That is something that I think we're going to be seeing more and more of. I think the most well-known example of parametric insurance would be the catastrophe bond that paid the government $150 million US within a week or two of Melissa happening. So what parametric just means that it's instead of being triggered by actual physical damage to property, the trigger for a payment under that policy is an external event which is defined. So we're talking about, you could have a parametric cover that gets triggered by a Cat 3 wind speed within a certain geographic area. And you as the insured don't actually have to suffer a loss. If that event happens, then you get paid a claim. So it's a supplement to traditional insurance. It can help to defray costs that may not be covered by a traditional insurance. For instance, your deductible. The policyholder has to bear the first 2% of the sum insured of any catastrophe claim. A parametric rider on a policy will trigger a payment which can be used for that purpose. It can be used for any purpose that the policyholder puts it to. And as I say, the policyholder doesn't actually have to have physical damage for a claim to be triggered and for a payment to be made. So what that does, it takes away all the kind of subjectivity. It takes away the process of quantifying the claim because it's a predefined limit, and it just pays that amount once the trigger has occurred. So I think we're going to see that as a add-on for both homeowners and commercial policies. And another type of loss that is not currently coverable by traditional insurance is, if you have a business but your business doesn't have damage, but there's a catastrophe, you might have a depression in your income as a result of the wider effects of that catastrophe. And you can't claim on your policy because you didn't have physical damage to your property, but a parametric cover would at least be able to provide you with a payout that would help you to get through that period. The example that's given here, ignore the currency. It's $5 million US is a big cover. Let's say it's Jamaican dollars. Doesn't matter. The principle is the same. You're buying $5 million. You want $5 million worth of cover. The premium would be $200,000, and you get a payout if there's a Category 3 wind speed in your parish. You get a payout of 1.25, so 25% of the limit. If it's Cat 4, you get 50% of the limit, and if it's Cat 5, you get $5 million, which is 100%. So that's how it works. It is more expensive per dollar of coverage, but it's useful as an adjunct to existing insurance. And you wouldn't cover your entire building sum insured on a parametric basis because that would be prohibitively expensive. But as I say, it is something I think we're going to see more of. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. The fifth item is how to talk to your insurer or broker. I touched on this a little bit earlier, so I'll just go over. Review your coverage every renewal or at least once a year, maybe at the start of the hurricane season, like now, would be a good time. Just have a look at what your policy covers and see if the sums insured are adequate, and see if there's any changes in the risk that have occurred. A lot of people, again, who add on, they don't remember to tell their insurance company, and then they end up underinsured because the add-on isn't counted in their original coverage. So, don't be afraid to ask questions. You can't look foolish when you're asking insurance professional your questions, because for us, the more questions we can answer upfront means the better understanding the customer is going to have and the policyholder is going to have, and therefore, hopefully, the easier the conversations we have after an event. So, so ask whatever questions occur to you. Don't auto-renew your policies. In other words, just you get a renewal notice, you look at the amount, and you pay that premium. Don't let your broker auto-renew your policy. Have that conversation either with your insurer or your broker about what might have changed in between or what the values are and so on. And then again, as I said, any midterm changes, remember to let your insurance company know that there's been a change. So essentially, communication is the biggest tool in terms of minimizing issues after a loss. Communication before a loss prevents problems after a loss. After a loss, though, there are some additional steps that you can take to make things go smoothly. First of all, let your broker or insurer know as soon as possible. You don't have to wait until you have a full quantification of the loss. Let them know you have a loss, and details will follow. Take pictures again of the damaged areas, and you will have that record, and then you can do temporary repairs as necessary. The policy allows you to do temporary boarding up, for instance, or clean up, and will reimburse you for temporary repairs. So the most important thing is to make the building habitable if it's not. And then the insurance company will appoint a loss adjuster, and that communication should start as soon as possible after the loss. Give him as much information as he or she needs to assess the claim, and provide whatever that documentation I spoke about at the start. That's a good time for you to show that to the adjuster, and he'll be much better informed and able to make recommendations from a much stronger platform in that situation. And then finally, you're entitled to an interim payment. Well, I should say all insurance companies are very willing to give interim payments, whether for homeowners or for commercial policies. And so once the damage has been reasonably quantified, you'll be able to get up to, say, 50% of the expected cost as an interim payment. So that will help you to start the repairs and move things along more quickly. So those are the six steps that I wanted to talk about. Document the property, document the subject of the insurance as fully as you can. Update your values regularly every year, if ideally. Understand your policy. Buy it from BCIC so it'll be easier to read, and then talk to your insurer or broker about any questions that you have. Look out for parametric as a potential solution to some of the issues or some of the exposures or risks that you might have. Talk to your broker every time you have a renewal or insurance company, so that you are keeping your policy up to date with what it needs to be, and follow those steps to make the claim process easier than not. Insurance is a tool, and when used properly, it does the job. But when not used properly, it not only, sometimes it makes things worse, actually. So understanding how to negotiate your way around an insurance policy and an insurance claim is really a critical skill for anybody who owns such a substantial asset to have. The more work you do before a claim, as I've said, the better off you'll be and the easier the process will be afterwards. And it's not too late, it's only late June, and we know that the hurricane season apparently now extends through October. So, you still have time to get it right for this hurricane season. And so that's my presentation. You want me to do answers to the questions?
Yes, Peter, I was going to bring that up. Before we go into the panel discussion, I've seen one particular, I can only call it a set of questions from one viewer, Richard Boucher, who has asked about 6 questions. I'm going to do that before we go into the panel discussion. Will insurers insure a specific element only of a project, i.e. the roof?
I'm having some audio breakup, but okay.
Yes, you're back.
Generally speaking, no. Right, okay. Generally speaking, you can't just insure the roof. The price of insurance contemplates the entire building, and the roof obviously is one of the most vulnerable elements.
Okay. Hang on a sec. This thing keeps on changing on me.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. How do insurers deal with cost escalation, e.g. inflation due to market forces post-event? Should the insured include an allowance subject to verification?
That's a really, really good question, and it's a very kind of high-level approach. Typically the assumption is that costs are after the event are going to be the same as what they were before the event, but we've seen where the availability of skills comes at a premium, and the cost of materials can also go up after an event because of the event. I think that the way to deal with that would be to kind of build in a cushion. When you're insuring, whether it's at a 10%, 15%, just to cover that possibility, I think that's the best way to deal with it, because a very unpredictable thing.
Yeah, it's the most practical way, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right. Number 3, are post-event finance charges on the estimated cost of alternate accommodation incurred prior to claim settlement risks which can be included in the sum insured?
So the homeowner's policy does cover the cost of alternate accommodation, and a business would cover through a business interruption policy.
Right.
Finance charges are not covered. It's one of those things where in an ideal world, you don't have finance charges because your insurance company is funding the repairs, although we know that in reality, things don't work out that way. There are delays, it takes time, and so a lot of times people might start the repairs, but no, there is no cover for finance charges as a part of the insurance coverage.
Correct. Some policy documents indicate specific durations, e.g. reinstatement within 12 months, 12 days notice of cancellation for premium non-payment, etc. Is there any reciprocal duration for claim settlement by the insurer? Why
Go on. Well, there is a set of standards that the FSC has issued, but honored more in the breach than the observance, certainly coming from Melissa. And I think we need to look at I think that it is a good idea to have externally imposed kind of outer limit for how long an insurance company should take to deal with some of these matters, because especially in a post-catastrophe situation, obviously there are all kinds of logistic issues and a lack of manpower to do the loss adjusting and so on. But in order to address that, we've seen some of the issues that arose from Melissa, and we are talking now, both the Insurance Association and the Brokers Association, and it's been raised with the Evaluators Association. We've been talking about trying to short circuit some of the processes that take time. So, for instance, because of the need to assess whether there's underinsurance, every adjuster has to go and do essentially a kind of quick and dirty evaluation of the premises that they're adjusting. But if there's a standard that we can agree on between the industry and the evaluators, and then the adjusters just apply that standard, it takes that step out of the equation, so it would move things along. So there are a number of things that we're learning coming out of Melissa that allow us to improve on that performance going forward.
All right, two more short questions. Why aren't full contract terms documentation provided to domestic insured?
Well, they should be. Yeah.
There should be. I don't know why that. All right. In the event of claim settlement disputes, is there arbitration clause exclusively, or is litigation possible?
Insurance policies require arbitration to settle disputes, and it has to be within 12 months of the loss occurring. So if you're getting to that point, then you need to start thinking about whether or not that solution is what you need.
Yeah, true. All right, that was a mouthful. So while we're here, maybe we can do a couple of more with when the panel comes, but we are required to do a quick commercial break and then bring you back with the panelists. So give us a couple of minutes. We'll be back with you, Peter.
For over 40 years, the GN Group of companies have been developing plans, laying foundations, building hundreds of homes of distinction, creating exclusive and secure communities in which we live, play, and raise families. The GN Group of companies, creating homes that people enjoy.
Think security's expensive? Try a break-in. DigiView Security offers intelligent surveillance for residential, commercial, and large-scale spaces. Our surveillance captures up to 360 and 180-degree angle, human and vehicle detection, line crossing and intrusion detection, license plate recognition, face capture and facial recognition, early fire detection, 24/7 full-color footage even in complete darkness, built-in audio talk, access control technology, and active deterrent. Contact us today to see what you've been missing.
Just A, win the lotto, B, get a low light bill, or C, get news that you can't wait to tell? It's C, because when you refer your friends or family to JN Bank for a mortgage, you could get up to $100,000 cash, even if you don't have a mortgage with us. If your referrals get approved and moves from house hunting to home owning, you get rewarded. So go ahead, tell a friend and earn from it. Visit jnbank.com to learn more about JN's Tell a Friend Mortgage Rewards. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Buying a home isn't just about the financing, it's about the feeling. With CIBC Caribbean Home Financing, we make home ownership feel so much easier with up to 95% financing and up to 35 years to repay. $400,000 cash back, no loan application fee, a pre-approved credit card, interest-free insurance loan, plus a special housewarming. Get started today. Visit CIBCCaribbean.com/Jamaica Supports Team.
Right. Thank you very much, Akeem. We're back to the Q&A sessions, and we have three panelists. We have, unfortunately, Mr. Cedric Stevens, as you heard earlier, is unable to join us as he has had a medical emergency in his family, so he's not with us, but happily Mr. Alton Morgan has agreed to step into the breach, and I don't think I need to introduce him. He's been here before. We have Mr. Horace Watson, who has also been here before, and I don't think I need to reintroduce him. And the other panelist who has not been here before and has waited all this time is Mr. Thomas Charles Smith, Director of BCMG Insurance Brokers. Thomas Smith is a highly respected insurance executive with more than 45 years of experience in the general insurance industry and over 35 years in senior management. His distinguished career has included leadership roles with British Caribbean Insurance, Dial Insurance, International Insurance Brokers, MGI Insurance Brokers, and BCMG Insurance Brokers, and JN General Insurance. A chartered property and casualty underwriter and former president of the Jamaica Insurance Brokers Association, he is widely recognized for his expertise in insurance, risk management, and business leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the panel and turn all the questions over to the panel. Who wants to go first?
I'd like to give a little scenario which came out of Melissa as a warning to developers about insurance. Now, Peter mentioned that the contract.
Hang on a sec, Alton. I think Mr. Watson was proceeding on something. I just give him.
No, you can go ahead, Sir Morgan.
Okay,
thanks. Peter mentioned that the contractor's all risk policy continues even after practical completion because it's supposed to run through the period of defects. There was an interesting situation on a new development of an apartment building in Montego Bay, 8 units. During Melissa, the roof leaked. The units had been signed off as practically completed, but the resulting ingress of water destroyed all of the ceilings of each of the units because the water came in and just found its way down progressively, and all the ceilings collapsed. And an issue arose as to whether the developer was responsible or whether it was the individual owners who had already purchased. Some of them, their mortgages had been disbursed and the titles transferred. Developers tend to underestimate the value and importance of insurance, and it's just to re-emphasize that the catastrophes that can affect not just hurricane, earthquake, can cause them to have to literally rebuild significant parts of the new development. So they need to be careful to ensure that the insurance policies remain in force even after practical completion. They should continue for up to 180 days after practical completion.
Thank you, Alton. Mr. Watson, you were pressing on.
Yes, I was actually talking about something that Peter mentioned. I think one of the lessons coming out, certainly in the banking industry, coming out of Melissa, was the underinsurance. We had a number of customers who came and they were just crying to say that the property was underinsured and they would have to come out of pocket when it comes to replacing the property. and that's one of the biggest deals. The comment around looking at the insurance annually, making sure that you're up to date in terms of the insurance value is really critical, because when the event happened, then you are not able to live in the property, you're paying me a mortgage, and you then have to find additional monies to do the repairs. So that's a point I wanted to make.
Anything, Tommy?
Thank you, Fief. Afternoon, everybody. Just reinforcing what Horace just said a while ago, our experience coming out of the hurricane has been, the major issue has been the issue of underinsurance and the level of underinsurance, and keeping up to date on the values. And this applies across the board to both commercial clients and private dwelling owners. And it's been a significant impact on ability, not just of insureds to recover, but obviously for general economic recovery, and something that the industry needs to pay close attention to. And Peter certainly highlighted it in his presentation, and so we just like to reinforce that.
Let us continue with some of the questions that were posed. One is, does your company offer, Peter, title insurance? I don't think so. I don't think title insurance is available any longer.
No, not any longer.
No, so I didn't see the need for it in the first place. But anyway, so what about that? Question from Mr. Levy. BCIC, running a business from home. Does this include home office consulting limited liability business?
The truth is, if there's any ambiguity, you want to be on the right side of things. So something like that doesn't have, for instance, doesn't have people coming in, doesn't have traffic, people, outsiders coming in, probably won't move the risk, and there won't be an additional charge for it, but it doesn't hurt you to just let your insurance company know. Most of the time, the business that would give rise to a concern or to maybe sometimes an additional charge would be those that maybe have some kind of processing element to it. I mean, if people are running like cooking from their home, that kind of thing, where you have heat being applied, obviously the risk was up. But kind of typical office type use is not going to be an issue. But the best thing to do is to just let your insurance company know that's going on.
Yeah. There's another question here, which is kind of personal to Peter. This one says that he was recently a client of BCIC, informed close to policy renewal that his policy fee would be increased by 50%. He had no claims over the years. Well, he was a client. How do you justify this? I moved to JN, however, now that they've been consumed by BCIC, I'm quite concerned a similar approach is coming. Is this a question of not ensuring the proper value, Peter? Could it be?
Obviously, I don't know the specifics.
Of course not.
I don't even know if it's a homeowner's policy or a building policy,
right,
commercial policy or a motor policy.
Right.
But I will just say how the prices are arrived at, basically, certainly for buildings, for property insurance, the biggest cost factor is the cost of reinsurance. We don't have catastrophes every year, so we don't have to, thank God, deal with a Melissa or even a Beryl every year. And the level of claims for non-catastrophe in the property business is relatively low in Jamaica. Fire and those other what we call minor perils is a fairly infrequent occurrence among the insured portfolios. But the cost of reinsurance is the biggest factor. And a couple of years ago, there was a significant spike in the cost of reinsurance globally, and property rates spiked accordingly. We're seeing some softening of that lately. So it looks like that kind of we're subsiding back down to maybe not to where it was before, but from its most expensive peak. So that could be what they're referring to. And it was a very sudden shift in the market, and there was really no preparation for it. And of course, that's very difficult for whether a homeowner or a business owner to cope with, because you're just not expecting one of your costs to go up by 50% year on year. If it's a motor policy, then, you know, obviously that's outside the brief, but essentially with motor vehicle insurance, what we do is we look at the claims that we paid for the past 2 or 3 years. And we have to charge, we project that forward, and we have to charge enough to cover the cost of claims. So the more accidents there are, the more expensive car parts get and all of those things, there will be the need for upward increases in the price. But it goes the other way sometimes as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
One of the biggest issues we have around insurance from the banking perspective is cost, because I'm often asked, why is this an additional cost to the customer? Why we can't do without doing this? But when you have insurance, it protects both the bank and it protects the customer, because you're not going to understand how important that insurance is until you have an event. I have lived long enough now. I made my first claim on insurance after Melissa, and I tell you, it made a difference in terms of being able to recover faster, being able to go on with your normal life, knowing that is covered. When you have to be dealing with all the recovery activity, and then not be able to fix your property, whether it's a business or at home, that's a big deal. So yes, there's a cost component, and no, nobody wants to pay that cost, but it is critical, because you're not going to know the value of it until you actually need it, and that's one of the terrible things about insurance.
Tom, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to, I can add a few comments on the pricing issue. Insurance for your home in particular is a very expensive venture. We cannot describe it any other way. But to put things in perspective in relation to what we're paying here in Jamaica, we are relatively on par with the rest of the islands around the Caribbean. Some islands that are much more expensive than we are, and then there are some that are a little cheaper, and it's based on the overall exposure that we face as a double catastrophe zone in terms of being exposed to both hurricanes and earthquakes. And so, just to keep things in perspective, if you look at our neighbors to the north, in Florida in particular, their rates for homeowners insurance are almost double what we're paying here in Jamaica. And it's a real issue. It's a serious expense, and I won't go through the details of how to set up the insurance. I think Peter did a very good job of that in his presentation. But as an owner of the major asset in your life, it's something that you need to pay attention to. It needs a proper discussion, understanding, and a full meeting. It's not just something that you sign on a form and go to bed at night. It really requires a proper assessment of your risk and an understanding of what to do and what you're buying, and to make that commitment for that premium to be paid.
I saw a question in the chat, Afif, about strata insurance.
Well, I was just about to focus on that one. Go ahead, Alton.
Yes. And well, Peter is familiar with this because we had a little gathering on the subject recently. The regulations under the Strata Titles Act permits that the strata lot owner can insure separately from the strata itself, which is only obliged to insure the building. And in fact, the strata cannot insure the strata lot. because as a principle of insurance, you can't insure what you don't own.
What you don't own.
So,
No insurable value.
well, there you go.
No insurable interest.
No insurable interest. So each strata lot owner ought to insure their own unit and not depend upon the coverage that the strata corporation may have placed on the building. And typically, when a loss occurs, it occurs within the unit. Burst pipe, fire, whatever the case may be. In fact, the loss element seems to be going up nowadays with burst pipe, because a lot of the newly built apartments are using drywall as the internal walls, and drywall is hygroscopic. It absorbs moisture. So once you get a leak in the premises, you're going to have water getting into the walls, and then it turns to mold, and the mold is a health risk, and you have the cost of literally ripping out the damaged drywall and replacing it. So insurance is necessary in those circumstances.
Yeah, there was a question on one of the previous presentations about whether or not, and it was in relation to modular homes, whether or not the foam version of the walls and so on were insurable, or whether you could get a loan based on a foam type of building. And I would assume that you perhaps could get a loan, but the insurance factor would be quite substantial.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd be reliant on the building code and the BSJ
Right.
findings and so on, and whatever. If it's, in that case, it might be a bigger fire risk than
right.
concrete, obviously, and whether what wind resistance it has might also be different. So it would be an objective assessment based on the scientific or engineering findings.
Yeah. Anything else? Anybody have any other points to make or questions to ask? If there are any,
was the question on the strata dealt with? I know Alton made reference to it. I'm trying to look at the question.
Yes. Alton made reference to it and clarified that it's only the walls and so on that the strata corporation is qualified to take out insurance on. All the internal fixtures and so on, that's for the owner of the strata lot.
Correct.
And that's why there appears to be this differential in the cost of coverage plus the cost of recovery, for increased loss.
I can just add to that if under the Act, the association is obligated to insure the main structure, the building,
right,
including each lot, for the full replacement value. And if the owner feels that the value has not been kept up to date, they can actually buy top-up policy to add to the cover to make sure that their individual unit.
There was an issue in a previous one. Yeah, there was an issue in a previous presentation which brought that up. And it was answered, yes. Quite correct, Tommy. Anybody else? Anything else?
I think there was a question in the chat. Can a lessee insure the property they lease?
They have no insurable value, I don't think.
Unless it's for contents.
Was that in relation to a private dwelling?
Yeah.
Relation to a private dwelling or commercial property? We do have some situations in a commercial property where the lessee is granted the authority to insure the property.
Good to know.
In the lease. But it usually is on the commercial lease.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we've had a long day, and I want to thank everybody, all the presenters, the chairman, the behind the scenes staff, everybody, for the wonderful way in which the webinar has progressed. And I want to thank all the presenters and all the panelists for assisting in keeping the time together and making sure that we don't. It's a long enough webinar, and so to go really beyond what was provided for is a little bit of a stretch. I didn't want, people get a little bit tired and the attention spans go. So thank you all very much indeed. And it was my pleasure being the moderator today. And of course, my congratulations to the Jamaica Developers Association on their continuing efforts to educate the public and so on. And I wish everybody a wonderful rest of the day and Godspeed. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and panelists. A very interesting day, and boy, you have certainly kept us in check and kept us on time, and for which we are eternally grateful. Once again, I believe I see Bertina clapping loudly in the background, or Marshall, who looks after all things electronic, and certainly it has been a long day, but a very informative day. And we started off the day with a wonderful prayer by our Chairman Emeritus, Reynolds Scott. And then, of course, you introduced Mr. Moderator, you introduced our Minister, Montague, who gave us our marching orders and told us he was happy to hear that we had 3 members of the government, various arms of the government on the panel this morning. And they certainly did us proud. We started off with Ms. Charlene Lawton, who gave us an excellent presentation on land titling. And Alton, as usual, and Mr. Timothy Thwaites added much to that discussion. And we had then went on to hear from infrastructure financing from Ayana Campbell from the DBJ, and Peter Jarvis and Mr. Simon Johnson told us possibilities of getting infrastructure financing, which is very important for developers because that's a huge cost in development, particularly if we're serious about getting some costs down for first-time buyers and the lower end of the scale market. And Kingston Case from the Minister of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development brought us up to date on what modular housing is all about. And Mr. Ramani, who unfortunately from Hardware and Lumber, gave us some interesting information on his Hardware and Lumber modular housing. Couldn't make it back, but Richard Lawrence and Chris Burgess brought everything up to date on that one. And of course, Mr. Peter Levy let us know that, boy, don't leave home without insurance, right? And make sure the insurance is the right insurance. And we couldn't be doing all of this without people like Tommy Smith and Horace Watson from CIBC being a panelist. And all our panelists were wonderful. And we couldn't also do this without our sponsors. Platinum sponsors, Brandon Henderson, CIBC, Gore Development, Hardware and Lumber. And we had DigiView Security, Gian Group of Companies, JN Bank, Island Homes, Jamaica Mortgage Bank, JMB Real Estate Holdings, Matalan Homes, National Housing Trust, Sagicor Group of Companies, Smart Homes by SIAC, West Indies Homes Contractors, Coldwell Bankers Jamaica Limited, Housing Authority of Jamaica, Millennium Properties, and the Pan Jamaica Property Company Limited. We thank you ever so much. And we, of course, all our sponsors come because we have all our registrants who come on. And today we had over 1,000 people registered. And that is really fantastic. We hope that these series of webinars have been informative, that you learn something, apply the lessons learned, and we do this so that we can build a better country, a more resilient country. And we look forward to your continuing support. We do this again in October. And between now and then, let us keep safe. Let us not have any more hurricanes. And let us pray for the people who have suffered earthquake damage. And let us hope that we don't suffer the same fate anytime soon. God bless. Keep well. And see you next time. Thank you very much.